All right, looks like both streams are up and the network is looking good. So we're not going to have to close things out today. I do have to tell you all, after our extreme build session yesterday, we found a much better base location. It's another one of those pipes, but it is significantly stronger. And I think basically unraidable without pretty extreme cheating. And even then, really, I don't know what you would do about it. So we're gonna change up all our stuff here. And then I want to show you all, hopefully the base isn't already taken on this server. Let's see what they're doing down there. Okay, it doesn't look like they've built up any more of those. I think they're just gonna stick with what they have. Let's go check out what I'm talking about. So way over here, in this biome, or next to the desert biome, there's another one of those water spouts. And so we put a lot of time yesterday into figuring out how to double layer cliff plats and all kinds of stuff, how to put extra coating basically on cliff plats to protect them from cluster grenades, because cluster grenades are a huge problem. And we found out that we could get double stacked cliff plats with foundational support pushing through the cliff plat to protect, and then enough turrets that we should be able to destroy most cluster grenades before they explode and actually do any damage, which would have made it probably take pretty close to 1,000 cluster grenades to raid out the base. However, you could still raid the base with cluster grenades as long as you had enough resources. You were gonna get in. There wasn't really anything that a person could do about it, which was unfortunate. So earlier today, I was watching a video from Outcast that showed another one of the pipes inside that area over there. And so I went to look at it. It was much deeper, and I thought that would provide quite a bit of protection because the clusters have to travel distance. So I think that that one's probably a really good one. But this one over here has a natural feature that lagged out. One of the viewers over on YouTube showed or mentioned when we talked about how best to go about protecting from cluster grenades, and they mentioned putting some vaults down to protect from the cluster grenades, and I think that's a good idea. But something, just kind of creating like an entrance for myself by putting vaults on either side and making it so that only a single person width could fit through here. Oops. Well, I didn't mean to come down here. Oh, okay. So there is a person. There's another pteranodon here. So there's a natural feature in here that's kind of insane, and that is this little section right here. Because this creates a natural barrier to the clusters, and you can attach a cliff plat back to this structure right here. The only problem is that you cannot put an indie forge or a tech replicator back in that section. You would have to come forward to this section in order to be able to do that, and then you run the exact same risk of the cluster grenades being able to destroy. So I would want to leave this front section open and just kind of live without a tech replicator and without an indie forge. Because you put a cliff plat back here, you drop vaults. There's a whole ass person sleeping in here too. I'm gonna come jank his stuff. But you drop vaults, so the cliff plats go to about right here. You drop vaults in front of them right here. And then you double stack them. And then you put foundation support on them. And you do all that stuff. And then you get a stack of vaults in front of them. And, I mean, then you're basically impenetrable. The other thing that's really important about this is from right here, there's a wall on the outside. So you can't mesh through this wall with a creature with like a long neck with explosive spears on it and get anything from this barrier back because there's also a wall over there. So putting turrets in here inside of this to shoot anything that comes through there, like cluster grenades, means that those turrets also won't be able to get meshed from the outside. So this base location specifically is outrageously strong for protecting against, some of the new forms of meshing, for protecting against cluster grenades, for, basically everything. So let's go see what's up with this dude. Jiggy. Hey, thanks. Got a free little kit here. Kinda nice. I don't want to take everything because I'll be too heavy. But I'll take those grapples and those parachutes and an extra whip and crossbow. Why not? Seems like fun to me. Thanks, Jiggy. Yeah, but I kind of want to take this location instead of the other one that we were planning on taking. I think we're going to do that. I'm going to kill this person's pteranodons and kill them because they're in my way. Nothing personal. That's just a really good spot. So I need to make a couple of cliff plats and some other stuff to take that spot over. But I think it's going to be... it's just insanely strong. And there's so much resources and stuff over here, right? There's good metal and stuff out in the wastelands. Good oil out here in the wastelands. There's somebody on a manic armor over there. Turtle squad. So yeah, I'm definitely taking that spot over. And I'm just going to survive without an indie forge. I need to change my settings. Get my settings all jacked up. But yeah, we're not going to use an indie forge because you can't fit an indie forge in that back section. You can only fit it in that front section. So we're not going to have a tech rep. We're not going to have an indie forge, but I can just make huge forge rooms, right? I think it's 20 forges is equivalent to an indie forge. And I can easily get 20 forges in there and basically have a makeshift indie forge. Forges are a little more complicated to deal with because you have to fill them up with both wood and metal or they don't run. And that's a little annoying, but the strength of that base spot is too good not to just go ahead and accept that difficulty. Make it happen. So that's definitely where we're basing. Because that's just insane. It's pretty much unrateable, I think, with a pretty minimum number of turrets. You're definitely going to be able to fit 100 turrets in there, but you don't need to fit 100 turrets in there. And I'm gonna max it out, but it's totally unnecessary. And I don't think you need tech turrets either, because tech turrets are there to stop stuff like owl bombs and to knock creatures back, and because they do a bunch of extra damage. I think if you had just a regular 100 turrets in there and just had them all set primarily to players only, then you're just good to go. I don't think you need a whole lot else. I think 100 turrets would kill anybody trying to like flak run or anything like that, even with a beer, even in incredible flak. I don't think there's any way that a person is getting in there if you have a good number of turrets. So maybe a couple of tech turrets might be useful. But I think even if you're a primitive player, right, even if you don't have any tech Ingrams, I think you can make that base pretty much impenetrable. Now, you also need to have some stuff outside, right, because you do have the ability to get locked out if somebody puts turrets out there, because you can't, at least you couldn't in any of the other ones. You can't use a bed in there, and I assume that it's probably the same for that one. You'll never be able to spawn in there, which is dookie, but, you know, whatever. Worth. So, yeah, we're just going to see about getting set up here. Got to start getting... What does it take to make a cliff plat? Oh, got to do my settings, sorry. Things are really jacked up right now. Global illumination goes to low. View distance goes to epic. Goes to quality save. So excited about this. This is going to be such a good spot. Now you can still get an indie forge and a rep in the front half of that base location I just showed you all. And you just have to do it like we did yesterday at the end of stream, where you double stack and do all that stuff. But I think that significantly reduces your defensive ability, and I'd rather have a base that's virtually unraidable than have a base that is still like standard raidable but has an indie forge. I have no qualms about going forgeless. There's a lot of space in there. You know, we can always have indie forges somewhere else, right? We could put a bunch of indie forges right outside. We're going to have some sort of, you know, defensive turret structure out there anyway. So I don't really see any issue with putting indie forges on that defensive turret structure. We've got some extra turrets. I want to make some more. So we're going to be getting after it on the farming today. There were not very many people on, less than 20 people on when I just logged in. So we have some solid ability, I think, here today to just work real hard at farming without having to worry too much about other players. We've got our weight RG. We need some more RGs, so if we see any, we're going to spyglass them. Think about picking them up, but let's throw out... You know, throw out the Anki first? Yeah, let's throw out the Anki first. We'll do maybe 2 metal runs with the Anki. And then we'll do... We need to get a beaver or something so that we can... Oh, I put another... I think I trapped my RG back here. Oops. I put another level, but I didn't realize that I was trapping the RG in this little spot back here. I guess we're going to have to wait 5 minutes because I'm going to have to cryo this. But it's just kind of like a little half a level. So it doesn't stretch all the way forward. It just stretches to this edge here. I should be able to just fly up here, drop things off. I guess something that might be interesting to check is, can I access the Indie Forge from up here? That's too bad. It'd be cool if you could access the Indie Forges from the top, because then I could drop off my Anki up here and just throw all this stuff down on top of the Indie Forge. But whatever. Boop, boop, boop. Gonna need to move this Pteranodon back into this corner a little bit. Yo, what's up, Detestion? How are you today? Hey, that's good. Alive is good. Oh, I almost cryo-sicked my RG because I'm an idiot. You gotta wait. Let's see, where do we make cliff platforms? Blue gems, metal ingots, and cementing paste. I got everything but the blue gems. We're just gonna have to get the blue crystallized sap, right? I have to figure out where I get that from. I think it's some of the trees out in the wasteland, but I'm not 100%. Pretty sure the Anki can get it too. We'll be rocking and rolling with that. I got myself a level 217 Rex yesterday with 366 melee and 9600 health. The health stat is just under 40 if Dodo Dex is to be believed. And the melee stat is 50 something, I think, if Dodo Dex is to be believed. I don't think that's actually right. I'm pretty happy with that Rex. Now I just need a male to breed it with. I got my good health stego. I actually bred these yesterday and had another female with the good health, but I left it out and it starved to death last night, which was sad. But oh well. I am so happy about this base location that I found, though. It's gonna be, I mean, it's literally the most invincible fucking base location in the game. Hands down. No question. So, let's start getting what we need. In my freaking way, Anki. Stop being in the way. Oof, barely got that to land there. That's pretty funny. Let's go for some metal. It is metal run time. Metal run time. Get so much metal. I wish there was a way to make smaller indie forges. A little sad that indie forges are so large and obnoxious. But that's okay. We are gonna be in a really, really good spot. I am so excited. I can't believe that there's nobody based over there right now. It's probably these purplish trees out here that give the blue sap, isn't it? I betcha, I betcha, I betcha. Let's go find out. This is also going to get us really far away from the city, which is nice. Because there's too many freaking bases in Sanctuary. There's too many good base locations in Sanctuary. It's really kind of a freaking problem. We are gonna get there. Boop, boop. Dude. I'm gonna go whack some purple trees. So we can see if they give blue sap. Because that's what we freaking need. Oh, no, these ones give red sap. That's not what I want. Stupid trees. What about these sort of dead trees? They give blue sap? No. Where do I get blue sap? What about these tall, straight, dead trees here? It seems like maybe it's it. Nope. Ooh. Pretty theory over there. Level 50. Bummer. No blue sap. Where are you, blue sap? If anybody knows how I get blue sap, let me know. Because I'm going to go around hitting like every kind of tree there is, but I'd rather not. You know, but I'm not going to like it. Is it near the wyverns? Oh. Well, I know for a fact that I can get blue sap from whacking a tree. Because I have blue sap. So it has to be a thing. So I don't have to care about the gotchas. I mean, what kind of tree do I get blue sap from? Is it maybe these fallen logs? Nope. When the lights go down in the city. You're a sweetheart, thank you. While you look, I'm gonna get metal. Because that's really what I'm out here for. Now? White, blue, gray leaf trees. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'm into it. White, blue, gray leaf trees. Oh, shite. So they have they have leaves. That's interesting. I honestly would have probably not attacked any of the trees with leaves. Surely this isn't it, but I'm gonna hit it anyway. Just to see. That is it. Okay. We found it. I think these red leaf trees probably are different. But then there's some with almost yellowish leaves. And that's where we get our sap from. Oh, no, all of these give sap. Okay. That's honestly kind of crazy. They must look different because there's like a weird tint because I've got the shadows off or something. That's fine. Getting our sap. Don't need that red sap. Let's see how much it takes to make each of these. 200 each? Oh, that's super easy. Oh my goodness. I only need 400? Shit. Have that done in no time. Good to go. Thanks for looking that up. I really appreciate it. Stop blowing my creatures away. Dum-dums. I thought those things were supposed to run away. Yo, Quizzle, what's up? How are you today? Doom 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 doom. Usual boring day. I am gonna stream tomorrow, yes. ¿Por qué why? Unless something crazy happens that prevents me from streaming. I will be streaming every day for the rest of my life. Doom 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 doom. All right. I think we have enough sap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 500 sap. Right then. Until Happy New Year tomorrow. All right. Fantastic. Yeah, actually, we probably should go ahead and stream straight through into the new year. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. We'll stream straight through midnight tomorrow. Right? Because there's 31 days in December. Is that accurate? Yeah, so we'll stream through midnight tomorrow. So we can stream straight through to the new year. Start the new year off right with some freaking ARK. Be streaming through the new year for all the lonely people like me. Hey, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. I feel bad for those of you who are involuntarily lonely. I like talking to you all on stream, but I do not like interacting with people in person. I prefer my hermetic lifestyle. Doesn't really bother me not to ever socialize or do any of that. When the lights go down in the city. Boop. I think we've got enough. I think we're a little fat. We're going to be moving a little slow if somebody sees me. I'm dead. We're dead. We're all dead. Dooba-doo-bop, bop, 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 a dooba-dooba-dooba-dooba-doo-bop, bop, a doo-bop. Dooba-dooba-dop, dooba-dooba-doo-bop, bow. I got me some Taco Bell Baja Blast today. So excited about it. That shit is so good. I've been trying to limit my sugar intake lately, and I'm doing a pretty good job. But it's a lot like nicotine addiction. If I have any, then I just get like super freaking addicted. I just want to have sugar all the time. And then I have to kind of like wean myself off again. Awful. That's what happens when you spend years of your life consuming obscene amounts of sugar. I once ate a 5-pound gummy bear in a single day when I was in the Navy. It was my duty day while we were in port on deployment. I bought a 5-pound gummy bear. And then I ate it. That was pretty much the only food I put in my body that day. It was disgusting. But also quite delicious. I'm going to be a little sad to stop really using this base up here. But I think it's going to be worth it. I think this new base spot is way too strong. Way too strong. It is going to present a small logistical challenge. Hey, yo, what's up? Feeling any better today, Mustang? You still down and out for the count? Cause I'm stronger than yesterday. Well, that's good. As long as you're on the mend. As long as you're starting to feel a little better. Just drink those fluids. I know it sucks to drink a lot of water when you're sick, especially when you're feverish, because you don't want to get up and go use the restroom because then you'll be all cold and shit. But you gotta do it. It's important. Gotta drink that water. My loneliness ain't killing me no more. Nice bio grinder. I need to actually start using that. I don't know if I have room to make one here though. Alright. Ride the Anki. We're just gonna throw everything out right here. Whoops. That was not precisely where I thought that was gonna go. Okay. Okay. Get my embryo hatcher. Yeah, I just made one of those. I don't know if it's actually going to do me any good. But I made one. Metal in here. And get this metal in here. You suck, game. Alright, everything is put away. Let's get these blue gems in their right spots. Let's make these cliff plats. Go murder this fool that's in my base spot. And drop my cliff plats down. I want to bring, let's see, we're going to bring cliff plats. We're going to bring, oh, actually these go in the smithy, don't they? They didn't take it. They're just in there. I'm going to a totally different spot to test you. I found a much, much better one of those little water pipes. Because it's got a spot like Lagged Out was talking about last night. Where we were talking about using some vaults to try to create like a path that would block the clusters. Well, this just has a natural fixture like that. So we're going to get hectic. I'd make that happen. Yeah, the one over by the desert. The problem is, I won't be able to use a Indie Forge in that little back area. So no Indie Forge and no no tech rep. But I would prefer to be super secure in my base and not have to worry at all about getting raided than to be able to have an Indie Forge, personally. Still need more metal. Need 700 more metal to make this second cliff plat. Okay, that's fine. We'll get there eventually. We're gonna need a generator. We're gonna take all 6 of these. Bring some bullets. Don't need these extra arrows. You're just weighing me down here. Bullets, bullets, bullets. I think we're gonna bring some bullets from these too. What does that give us? 1, 2, 3. Just a little more than 300 bullets each. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a whole lot more bullets. That's alright. We're gonna do it. Okay, it's gonna take a while for that to cook down. While we're waiting, we are going to go on another metal run. Forgot to put my pteranodon outside there. That's fine though. No big deal. More metal. And then we're gonna get a beaver. Need a beaver. Why? I put all of this stuff on the weight RG. Now I'm flying it out to go to a metal run with 6 turrets and a bunch of bullets on it. What an idiot. That is how you lose all your turrets. So let's not even worry about it. We're just gonna wait while the metal cooks. Let's not do anything stupid here. Wait while the metal cooks, get my cliff plats. I think I'll want to go ahead and I want to make another cryo fridge. Can I just pick up a cryo fridge? Nope. Once it's down, so I'll need to make another one. Let's break out a tappy then. This one's imprinted to me. We can actually just put this up here. This is why I made this little spot. Oop. And I need a saddle. Let's get... Where do I make the tappy saddle? I'm pretty sure we make it at Smithy, yep. Still got my caps lock on, so I need a little fiber and a little wood. Drop some wood in. Got plenty of fiber somewhere. I know I just harvested it. Oh, there it is. I'm about to say. I just harvested a whole mess ton of fiber. Happy saddle. And then we're gonna need 115 metal. Okay, well. That when we've got our tappy down here, we can load it up. Really? Really, Pteranodon? Dumbass bird. Oh my gosh, did I leave it? I left it. I'm such an idiot. It doesn't go into my inventory when I craft it in the smithy. Goodness gracious. Alright. Happy. What are we gonna do here? Oh, this stamina is trash. Let's get a little crazy with the stam. Pump some weight. There we go. That's better. This is not a tappy-friendly base location. There we go. We need 115 metal. And we need a little crystal. Little electronics. And a little poly. Right? $30 poly. Okay. Have 30 poly? Probably not. Do I have enough obsidian to make 30 poly? Also probably not. Well, there's 10. Could make 8 more, so I'd need 12 more poly. Gosh darn it. Okay, well, we'll deal with that shortly, I guess. We really need to deal with that right now. We'll take the PT out. Go get some nodules. Easy peasy. PT's got decent melee. Kill a couple of corrupted Dilophosaurs or something. I was doing so well on stockpiling resources, and yesterday I got so focused on black pearls that I didn't do any farming. It's put me in kind of a bad spot. Not a really bad spot. Kind of a bad spot. Yes, I am. Gonna go down by the desert biome. This has been a really nice starter, but it's just not quite safe enough. think I've found, like, the safest base in existence. Think you're doing, Scorpion? What do you think you're doing, goofy ass Scorpion? Gotta eat the meats. Nope. Get away, Raptor. I'm flying too slow. I got too much weight. Can't go away and then turn on it. Ooh, that's a cool blue pteranodon. Only level 25. Because if it's cool colors, it obviously can't be high level. This game hates me. Okay, just need some stand back so I can C-spin this thing. Got him. I'm gonna go look for another corrupted pteranodon or something small. I don't want to deal with having to try and kill a stego. Perfect. Got all the poly I need. Dump these meats. Poly. Fly away. Yeah, we're gonna move into one of those pipes, but instead of moving into the one over here, there's a way better one over by the desert. So we're gonna take that bad boy over. There's somebody in there right now. He's got a couple of PTs outside, but there's no structures in there, and they're asleep. They're logged off. I think they were just trying to log off in kind of hidden area. They got a PT. You know what I just realized? They got a PT in there somehow. I wonder how they managed that. I wonder if you can fly a PT in that one. That would be bad. That's an interesting thing to have to think about. Yeah, I'm not gonna cage him. I'm just gonna kill him. It's mean. I might not even kill him. I might just drop him outside. Pick him up and drag him and let him go. I'm not a cruel person. I don't like doing the cruel things. Just because the game systems allow it to be done doesn't mean it should be. Drop them on someone's face. Now that might be fun. I don't know. This actually goes in the tappy because I have to go make the cryo fridge. I don't know how far this tappy can fly on a single bit of stamina. I don't really fly tappies a lot. I used to have prisoners back on my old ASE server. It was great. They were so thankful for fresh food and water each day, and if they were good enough, we let them out in the yard for sunshine. You're a terrible person. You're a terrible person. Why would you do that? I suppose. I suppose. Still. I mean, you said a week of staring at the darkness. That's a long time to keep somebody caged just because. Yeah, I don't know how it decides when to block your messages and when not to. I don't understand. It just does its thing and I just let it. It's too much for me to be worrying about. I'm just the person behind the microphone who talks. I don't know any of the rest of that stuff. Although I guess I better learn, otherwise I'm never really going to be successful at this. Oh, it's a Quetzal. I thought it was a Tappy. Quetzal. It's a level 55 Quetzal. Please, let me make my cryo fridge so nobody can throw out creatures in my base. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. Goodness gracious. Tappies are so ridiculous looking. Look at this thing. Big old fat wings. I love how their wings stretch all the way down to their feet. Awesome. A pretty fat crown on top of his head. It's thick. All these things in here. Make myself a cryo fridge. I love cryo fridge. Now I assume we're gonna run into the same problem at this new base location that we've run into at every base location. And that is that it's not gonna let us spawn in beds. Because ARK sucks. And you literally just can't spawn in beds anywhere in this entire freaking game. And it's honestly starting to piss me off. We're gonna try some different things with some different locations. See if maybe we can make it happen. Because I need to be able to spawn in a bed. Just at one base ever. That would be great. Would be so great. The mesh in this game is a freaking nightmare. What the real problem is that they set all this stuff up and they cause you to not be able to spawn in beds in all these places to keep people from creating mesh bases and from meshing bases. And it doesn't actually do that. All it does is make it so that regular players can't base in nearly as many locations. Yeah, get it. Kill them forges. Next, you can come over here and fill mine if you want. I'm just saying. Oh, that's right. You're on the official, because you're a psycho. Honestly, with as good as this base location is here, I might go make a base on like an official server. Go solo on 1x. Get crazy with it. I go a little bit crazy sometimes. I get a little bit out of control with my rhymes. But gotta do a little slide. Bend down, touch your toes, and let's glide to the center of the dance floor. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like this Quetzal has stuff on it. I'm just saying. It's on aggressive? What? Okay, well, let's fly it over closer to my base. Yeah, that's why I'm flying it over closer to my base. I don't want to stam out. I'm gonna go get my PT and just C-spin it. Hopefully kill it, like, where it'll drop. I don't know. Whoops. I flew too close to the sun. Oops, there goes another rubber tree. There goes another rubber tree. Oops, there goes another rubber tree plant. Stupid tappy. Alright. Put cryo fridge in there real quick. Extra resources. And go kill this freaking Quetzal. I feel a little bit bad about killing this Quetzal, but also not really. Did it follow me up into the red? Okay, I was about to say, did it follow me up into the red and die? Okay. Want to get it where I can land more consistently. Okay, this thing sucks. Yay. Time to go stam. Freaking Quetzals, man. Freaking Quetzal. I wonder how long this thing's been up here. Kivas 003 has joined the ARK. Is that like the predecessor to 007? Yeah, there you go. Come right down over here. I can just kill you right up here. It'll be perfect. It's actually kind of crazy how much knockback this Quetzal has. I mean, I understand I'm just on a Pteranodon, but dang. Oh, it had nothing. Well, sorry, y'all. That is too bad. Yeah, I thought about breaking out the shoddy, but honestly, that's just a waste of bullets. Took a little while to get that done, but that's fine. Alright, let's get out. Biofridge and some gasoline. Because that's going up here with the weight RG. Boop. See how much metal we... Oh yeah, we have enough. That ought to be good. Wrong one. It's not good. Holy cow. Actually, we want to put a bunch more in there anyway because I want to make a bunch of foundations as well. Because I want to do this right the first time. Bounty up. The front of these at least. So let's do cliff platform, make stations. Metal or cementing paste? Cementing paste. Thankfully, I've got a mess ton of cementing paste. One more foundy. Cliff plat. Get our foundies. Alright, let's go get this base started. Pretty sure I have everything I could possibly need. I've got both of my cliff plats. I've got the foundy support. for the front of the cliff plats. We've got a generator with some fuel, a cryo fridge, plenty of turrets and bullets for now. I need shotgun and some shotgun shells to kill the PT on the inside. That is the thing. Shotgun shells. Might as well put that away. Sure, we'll keep the poop in there too. Why not? I don't need to take that with. Okay, we're good. Let's go secure this base location. It looks like they've made that even higher now. They used to only have 3 cloning chambers high. It looks like they've got 4 now. And I don't imagine they're going to stop growing that little location there. I don't know, maybe they'll stop at, what is that, 16? But that's just the way the big tribes do. They just keep building and keep building and keep building and keep building. It's like they're never satisfied. So getting away from that is probably going to be a pretty good idea. We just don't have the ability to secure ourselves from that in the base location that we're in. I feel like it would be fairly easy for one of the bigger tribes to just come take us down. But I don't think that's going to be the case inside of this area, and I'll show you all what I'm planning. I think it's going to be pretty cray-cray. I don't even know how you would rate it. I don't even know that it's possible. I mean, obviously, there'll be somebody who finds a way to mesh it, but even that's going to be really difficult. I did some ghosting just to try and find a way, and you can mesh most of the turrets that I'm going to put in, but there are even some turrets that I'm going to put in that are just super secure. Sure, that's fair. Anything is raidable. And I think that you could raid this if you were willing to throw like 10,000 cluster grenades in here. But there's a feature in this one specifically that makes the cluster grenade thing from the other one really, really ineffective. And that's because this one is so deep and has a narrowing inside. And it makes it stupid secure. And I'll show you what I mean. There was somebody else over here just a little while ago, so it's possible that they're on a team with this other person who's logged out in here or something. The only thing that concerns me is this person has a PT inside of here. And I don't know how they got their PT inside of here. I'm worried that maybe... Whatever, we're gonna kill this PT. Yeah, that PT just flew in there. And that's a concern. Because if PTs can fly into there, I don't know if they're meshing or what, then that means this can get C-spun. It's possible that because they're on neutral or whatever, they're doing something crazy to get in and out. But that would make this not a very good location anymore. Had some narcotics and stuff on it, that's nice. Guess the best way to test that... Whoops. Is just to see if this is still a crouch, like the other ones. I feel like this one is much harder to land on. Maybe it's because I'm using an RG. Yeah, it's still a crouch, so I don't know how those PTs were getting in and out of here. Still the same entrance. But... guess I should take his... stuff off before I murk him. But this is the feature I'm talking about. So you can attach a cliff plat back here. So I'm going to double cliff plat this. And then the cliff plats get to about right here in the middle. So then I'm going to drop vaults right in front of it. So you'll have to blow through the vaults. And then where these angled structures come down, that's where the wall is outside. So while it's true that you can like mesh creatures' heads in with explosive spears and wait for them to blow up to destroy any turrets that are inside this main outer drum, you won't be able to do that back here because the wall is there on the outside. So you can't get even with this to push ahead through. And this is really thick right here, right? That's a really thick distance. So some of the turrets are going to be inside this, right? Like placed on the wall inside of here. Like, well, I don't have any turrets on me. And because of that, you're not going to be able to use that same mesh method to try and destroy those turrets. And they'll be aiming right here, you know, killing any rockets or grenades or anything like that to get fired in. And the rockets will have to make it all the way to the back. And this is where the wall normally is on those other ones. It's about the same distance away back here. So they would have to make it all the way to the back in order to actually do any damage to the vaults and the cliff plats. The problem with this one is even if I put the cliff plat all the way at the bottom, I cannot build an indie forge in here. I tried tons of stuff, and it's just too big. So there's no indie forge, no tech rep, no nothing like that, unless I want to build another cliff plat out in the front here and put an indie forge and a tech rep on it, like we did in the last one, and those fit side by side. I've checked it. So maybe I'll do that, and then just if somebody blows it up, then somebody blows it up, like whatever. But I think I might just live without a tech rep and an indie forge. Can I please access this inventory? Thank you. Let's put away this person's kit. And let's get this out. So, whoops. Oh, I can't move with two of these. Wow. Them things are heavy. So, what we want to do is we want to double layer plats. And I think I have to be above it. I might actually need place my generator in here and throw out my RG just to build this. Did my RG leave? Little shit. Ooh, that was close. I might need the RG in here. I don't really want to drop the generator yet, because if I was going to drop the generator, I'd want to put it like way back up in the back here. I don't know, where's the, let's go grab the generator. Let's see the range is on this. Oh yeah, we'll be able to get the whole thing. Let's see if we put it about here. How far back? Okay, well let's get... We can always make another freaking generator and move it if we need to. Let's get cryo fridge, let's get foundation. It's away. Let's get gas. Yeah. We're just gonna go ahead and actually do it on the outside here, because I don't want to get in the way of my cliff platform placements. So this is a really bad spot for this generator. It's going to be temporary. Please. Thank you. Gas in there, turn it on. Get the cryo fridge. Do I have a cryopod on me? I do. So we need to wait, what is it, 5 minutes for this thing? Oh no, it's only like a 2-minute timer. That's nice. They changed it. Yeah, so while I agree that anything is raidable, because this is a crouch, because Because it's so deep, because you can get the turrets so far away that cluster grenades aren't going to be able to hit them. I just feel like the difficulty of raiding this location. Oh, it's going to be a huge pain to get in and out of. Absolutely. A huge pain. It's going to be a huge pain to depot, to like throw out stuff. This is not a convenient base location by any stretch. And because there can't be an indie forge in here, that's really bad. But the security that is provided by the way this location is set up is worth all of that, I think. And eventually I'll have tech, right? I'll be able to put a teleport in here. And it won't matter. Yeah, no, for now it's absolutely a freaking travesty. But it's worth it. We'll use linked storages to transfer resources and stuff at first. We'll use teleporters eventually. Whoops. Oh, didn't put anything back. All right. Let's get up above here. Let's put down the cliff plats. Cliff plat number 1 goes about right there. Maybe? That might be too low. That is too low. The goal here is for cliff plat number 1 to protect sort of the underside of cliff plat number 2. So that was too far down. More like right here, I think. Yeah. I think that's a good spot. And then we'll get a couple of foundies. And we'll place them right here, like on cliff plat 1. And that, oops, will add a little more protection to the cliff plat. And then we'll put vaults in front of that. Okay, that's nice. Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. I'm certainly not the best, though. There are significantly better builders than me. So the other thing that you can do is you can place a cliff plat off of the corner of these, and that would allow you to create a place out here in the front. So this space out here in the front is pretty much the same space that we were working with yesterday in that other place. So everything back here is just extra. So we could build exactly what we were planning on building in this front area. But I don't think that's as secure. Whoops. As putting everything back further. So when you throw a cluster grenade in here, right, it's got to travel all the way back here, and then it's got to hit in between this little area in order to actually damage your cliff plats. Which means the angle has to be right so that one of the clusters hits, but also one of my turrets can't blow it up first. Which is why this is such an insanely difficult place to raid. You put a couple of turrets on survivors and tames. You put most of the turrets on survivors only. And those survivors only turrets will take care of anybody who comes in. Any cluster grenades, any rockets, anything like that. Survivors only turrets will take care of. And then if they try and like sneak a dodo in with some C4 on it, then the survivors and tamed creatures will take those out. And so then these turrets here are going to be some of the most important. I'm going to put a couple of turrets sort of inside here. The reason these turrets are so important is because of that mesh we were talking about. So these are as low as we're going to be able to get turrets. Because, you know, we've got stuff kind of in the way, and we're going to put vaults down here in front of this to protect these cliff plats back here. So these are about as low as we're going to get, but they can shoot, right? You can see all the way through in there. So we're going to put these on high. These are going to go on survivors only. And then we're going to put lots of bullets in there. Because these are our two most important turrets right now. We'll put 400 in each of these right now. And that's how that's going to get taken care of. And we can put all the way up the side of this, right? Turrets can go on the front of all this. This little angled piece right here on both sides is going to be totally full of turrets. And that's actually where the turrets are probably going to go right now. So actually a couple of good turrets are going to go in here. These two turrets are also going to be very important. I'm going to put a turret right here. And a turret right here. And those are going to be incredibly important. Oh, they kind of float off of there. I don't know how much I like that. Pick those up. Instead of putting them on the wall, maybe we just put them on the floor. There we go. I like that a little better. Turn those bad boys on. Put some bullets inside of them. And I actually feel really secure in this spot. Just with these 4 heavies. We're going to put these on only survivors as well. And even if you're wearing good flak, right, you have to land out here. You have to drop down on here. You gotta crouch. You gotta walk through the crouch before you can start running. Which sure you can use a shield through all of that. But it's just a really difficult spot to try and get to. Let's get a little more food and water. I think my bird ate most of my food. And then the rest, yeah, we're gonna have... doesn't look like they can go on these angles very well. There's sort of like some weird mesh here. So let's fly up a little. Let's see. Okay. So from this point, there's like some weird... It's probably the foundy I put in there. Right there is a good spot. We want a turret there, and then on the other side, sort of the same location. Turret right there. Oop. Probably my wings getting a little in the way. Good deal. Alright, this generator has to move quickly. We need to go get another generator. We've got 220 bullets for each of these others. That's fine. Take the grapples. Actually, do I need grapples for this? Can I just... maybe jump up on top of here? Access this? Or just grapple? Need to test the PT in the crouch spot, see if you can get in and out. Yeah, I will. I'll bring a PT back over here as I come back over. Even if a PT can C-spin in here, I think I can probably, you know, we can put a bunch of fence foundations or double door frames and stuff in here. At least make it a little more difficult, and we can ring this whole thing with turrets. You're almost certainly not going to be able to use a bed to get in here. That's just every rat hole in ASA, unfortunately. I think if you have a chance, it's going to be in the back. But maybe. And then we're going to leave these on tamed creatures and... yeah. We'll put... oops. Oh, there you go. Last pin. We'll put all these... do a pin code. And I dig that. Take out some of my kit here. Can I actually carry all of this? Throw out this wood. Shield. Don't really need these two PT saddles. Okay, good. Now I can kind of move around still. Because I'm going to have to cryo this RG back up again. It is really hot in here. That's interesting. I don't really like that. It's just the wasteland, I guess, though, that's causing that. I have almost died in the time that I've been here. I don't know why those PTs were able to get in here. Kinda crazy. You know what I just realized? I jumped out here because I wanted to throw out my PT down here, but I have to be next, or not my PT, my RG, but I have to be next to my stupid thing. I also really like how deep this water is down here. Once the other maps open, you know, you could put a turret tower out here, maybe breed some water dinos as well in this location. Hang on. We might have to go take a peek-see at that at some point. That's interesting up there. But I need these last grapples to hopefully allow me to throw out my RG. I can get out of this heat. Come to me, RG. Fine. Perfect. Let's get the flock out of here. We'll make a couple of beds when we get home, and we'll make a couple of sleeping bags. And we'll set up outside, and we'll do some trials with spawning in some different spots. But regardless of how difficult that base location is going to be, just think it's too good. It's going to be a really huge pain. We're going to have like an RG that's always out inside that we toss resources to and then carry up the resources that way. So we have to make sure that everything is sort of RG accessible. But as long as we do that, I think we'll be all right. It's going to make things a little difficult when we do larger gatherings. You know, you're going to have like a full Anki, and the Anki does weight reduction on metal. So if you throw it all out and put it on the RG, then the RG can't carry it all because it doesn't have the same weight reduction. Same for stone with the Doedicurus. So maybe some vaults right there next to the entrance. We throw everything in the vaults, and then we just carry what we can with the RG. That'll probably be what has to happen. And it is going to make life complicated. And we can't have an indie forge, and we can't have a tech rep, and that sucks. But, I mean, that base location is so freaking strong. I mean, I just don't see, outside of cheating really hard, I don't see anybody getting in there. Obviously, you can just mesh it if you can get into the mesh, but I think that's kind of it, honestly. But yeah, let's try some stuff out. I just really wanted to get that base spot secured a little. I think that's pretty important. fill up on stam here, and then we're just going to fly straight up and over to the base. Especially once we drop the vaults in front of there. That's going to be pretty insanely powerful. Having vault armor for our cliff plats is silly. And then cluster grenades can only get halfway up one of those pipes, right when the clusters explode. So any turrets that you put on the upper half of the pipe can't be cluster grenaded. You'll never be able to get that angle. It's not possible. So you have to soak those somehow. But because it's a crouch, the only way to soak it is with a person, or like dodos, I guess. So that makes soaking bullets just a nightmare. Which is why it's important that we leave that whole front half open. Which is why I don't want to put... Because again, we can get a tech rep in there. But I don't want to. Because I don't want to cover up that upper half so that the turrets can't shoot. If we could build a thin enough platform, then maybe there would be a way to do it. But I just don't think there's a viable option that doesn't significantly harm the defenses. We need to get this tappy back in a cryo. It's huge and in the freaking way over here. Alright, let's go do some more testing. Should I probably just be testing this stuff on single player? Sure. But I have found that there are some times where you can spawn in on single player, where you can't actually spawn in on multiplayer. So, yeah. Let's see here. I'm gonna go straight down. I don't think I'll quite make it if I try and go all the way to the base. I don't think this bird has quite enough stam. Something I want to do, something I want to check on, is there's that little, I don't know, cave thing in the water over here. I'm actually pretty interested to see if maybe I could put a sleeping bag in there. So if I can't spawn straight up in the base, maybe I can get a little location in that cave, kind of high up, where I could put, you know, a couple of creatures or something that I could use to get back into the base if I needed. But it was kind of an interesting little spot in there. I'm pretty excited about it. Oops. I forgot that I was going there to try and get Stam back. It is dangerous to be out here like this. Somebody could fly by. I think once it gets a little stamina, it'll start following again. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, we're good. That was very dangerous, though. That was a huge mistake. Come in here. Can you not get in here? Hmm. Okay, looks like there's nothing to get into there. Okay, nothing really to get into there. This is, ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's just another entrance. That's too bad. Oh. Oh. Okay. So, this is just another entrance down inside of there. Hey, mozzarella sticks for the win. But this is kind of a nice little hidden spot here. Hey, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. You could definitely use this for some breeding. Some underwater dinos. I mean, little stuff. Anglerfish, some sharks, stuff like that. But then down in this pool, you could get much bigger creatures down in here. And just hang a shanty up top. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff back in here. I like the possibility of being able to maybe raise some water dinos here on Extinction, right next to your base, is some good to be thought about with that. But let's see. What we can do about trying to get this PT in and trying to spawn. I'm pretty sure I can spawn on this right here. I think that's pretty safe to assume. And I think I can throw the PT out here. Which is awesome. So, yeah, let's bring a couple of beds with us, or a couple of sleeping bags with us. And let's see. Oh, dang it. Let's see if we can get this PT in. And let's see if we can... Ooh, okay. It's pretty difficult. I don't know if I can get it out. I don't think that poses a security risk. Because I don't think you could get in with enough velocity on a PT to not just instantly get obliterated. I was not moving quickly, right? I was not still C-spinning. I wasn't any of that when I managed to get in. So you're not gonna come zooming in on a PT and succeed there. But let's put all my stuff in this PT. let's nuke myself here. Let's see if I can come back in one of these sleeping bags. I don't know. Whoops. Don't know which sleeping bag is which. So we're gonna have to get real close down here. There we go. So it splits them. So we want to go in these sleeping bags. Please let me spawn in. Please let me spawn. Nope. Nope. That sucks. I am really tired of bases that I can't spawn inside of. Really tired of bases that I can't spawn inside of. I am going to try back here. And see if maybe all the way in the back here I can do it. The best option may actually be to go to single player to do that. But we want to get our other generator back here. Because we can't have the generator in the spot that it's in, because that's totally destructible. So we're going to take this gas out. Follow me, PT. Please. You have all my grapples, PT. Thank God. I was pretty worried there for a second. But yeah, I think we can be fairly assured that back in this corner is pretty safe. And let's take a look at the range. Yeah, and that takes us all the way out to the front of the base, all the way behind to the back of the base. And that is a good generator. Right there. Honestly, we'll probably just put another one in this corner over here, too. Okay, what to do. We need another good weight RG now. We're going to need a new cryo fridge to move back here. Because we don't want the cryo fridge up there. Although we will need to check cryo fridge radius. We may end up having to put it like up high or something, so it's out of the way. But so it can still get outside, because that's going to be important. Yeah, this is looking slick. Gosh, I wish that I could spawn in here. For now, I don't think we're really going to be using this base. Because it's so difficult to farm in, I don't really see the value of using the base. This is definitely going to be a good store your lines, do your breeding. Really save your stuff kind of base. Because it's going to be so difficult to get in, right? I could put tons of vaults back there. I could put tons of cryos back there. And I could just rip this out with turrets. And protect like a lot of stuff that way. And then just maybe don't use this base for farming and, you know, doing normal base things. Right? Maybe this is a keep things safe and do some mild breeding base. I can definitely get behind that. PT has my cryo. I don't think we want the PT to necessarily still be in here. Did I bring anything else that needs to be placed in here for right now? I don't think I did. I think we're good. You know, we could put a smithy in here with some good blueprints. Maybe this is where we craft our blueprints at. Use a linked storage to transfer enough stuff to do that with. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. So we need more turrets here. And we need to bring over, you know, our stegos, and we need to make another cryo fridge. Our breeding PTs, our stegos, all that stuff. And we'll do all of that here. And then I think we need to get a way to get up there. We'll just put some ladders here. Eventually they'll get destroyed probably. That's fine. Do I have what it takes to make a rope ladder? Thatch and wood. We can just get that real quick. I don't mind if the ladders get destroyed here, because if I'm getting attacked here, I'm not really going to be doing anything inside, right? This isn't, you can't defend this base from inside this base because you can't spawn here. So if something happens, and for some reason I need to defend this base, I need to have a secondary, right? Something outside, a turret tower outside that can get used as also a spawn location. So let's craft up some rope ladders here. Actually, let's do the wood ladders. I like the physical ladders more, I think. Just familiar with them. Accustomed to them. Yeah. So 2 ladders right there. Now I can get up there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy without needing a creature. Demolish this. And at some point, we'll just be putting some turrets outside nearby to defend the water as well. So we can have water tames. Probably build it like right here. Build ourselves a little turret tower. We'll push it all the way into the back. And then we'll have ground turrets. This will be pretty... Whoa! Well, you all can tell freaking... what's his name? Sleepy Party Wizard. And I got straight up mashed. And I almost died. That landed right on top of me. Okay, that's not where things are gonna go. Maybe we'll put it down here. Like a shanty. If it's really close to the water. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't die. If it's really close to the water, then you can't Wetzel hatch frame it. Right? Because you won't be able to fly a Quetzal low enough. So we'll put a shanty right there or something, and that'll be how we protect the water, and that'll be where we put our spawn in. And then that'll be where we go for defenses and stuff. Should be good. Yeah, should be good. I am very happy about that location. Very, very happy. And honestly, like, we can put cliff platforms outside, and we could put indie forges and stuff out there. And then once we have linked storages or teleports or whatever, then we could just teleport inside and bring resources and do all that stuff. That's not really a big concern, because if somebody comes and blows up some indie forges, like, who gives a shit? They're indie forges. You can just make more, especially if you have 3 or 4 of them, right? You already have so many resources that you're just good to go. So I am not concerned about that. Yeah. So farm more resources, make more turrets, make more bullets. Move my creatures, make another cryo fridge. That's probably needs to be done like right now. These in here. Because you never know when I'm going to get raided over here. And I need to find a new RG so I can get more black pearls. Need to find a new combat RG. Because I got my combat RG killed. So we need to deal with that. I'll probably go look for an RG first. I'll probably take the PT to do it. Faster. It's got plenty of stam. Just a good PT all around. See if we can find a big bad RG. Throw it in a cryopod for most of the day while we do a bunch of farming. Farm some more black pearls. Yeah, and just really get going with this. new base location. Once we have linked storages, we'll be able to just upload stuff from here into that other base, which will make building it out much, much easier, right? We'll just put 50 slots of bullets in there, we'll put 50 turrets in there, and then just teleport over. Well, not teleport over, but just fly over there real quick on a PT or something, take everything out, do whatever we need to do. But I am not concerned about the safety of that spot. Even with just those 6 turrets in there, with, 300 or 400 bullets apiece. I think you'd be pretty hard-pressed to get in. Unless you really, really wanted to get in for some reason. So I'm feeling good. What is this? Meat. Let's actually take that meat. Let's get it cooked. Seems like a good idea. There we go. More resources. Never say no to resources. And I think I have everything. That away. Put that pick away because I only need 1 pick. We don't need the shoddy. Need all those bolas. Okay. Think we're good there. Do we have some more meats? More cooked meats, good deal. Put this in here for any creatures that need to eat it. Look out this PT and let's go get a good RG. I have still not been able to tame an RG over level 115 yet. And I'm pretty upset about that. So I want real good RG. I want a real high level, want a good melee stat, or a good weight stat, or something like that. Tired of flying around on half-ass RGs. Ain't no fun. Suddenly I feel like I'm flying really slow. It's because I am, because I was hitting control instead of shift. What a dum-dum. What a dum-dum. Alright, RG. Let's go. I need an RG. Really, really good RG. Ba-ba-da-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-bow. Let's actually head right back over towards Green Knob too, because there can be some RGs over here. And I don't have to avoid this area anymore. Because that trio that was always over here, I don't even think they're on this server anymore. So they don't matter. I agree 100%, Digestion. I very much enjoy the treasure maps. I would love to see a higher drop rate of those. I think that is, especially here on Extinction, um, because you just don't have regular drops and because you have to do the OSDs, because that's not really an option for some people. I think that some treasure maps would be great. Freaking Dillos, man. That one's pretty, but it's only level 20. I'll worry about pretty once I've got my level. Let's get back out here. Go back out this way. Actually, there could be some over here, too. I'm always a little sketch going out over here. How is that person alive? So confused, but hey, I'm probably just gonna leave them alone. I am too far ahead of that person to feel good about attacking them. Back when I was still kind of living rough and didn't have a ton of stuff, I would have totally blown up a stone base and taken their stuff. But once you get to a certain point, I just don't see any value in it anymore. And that person's not like a threat to me. And even if they become a threat to me eventually, I just don't like the idea of blowing up some poor stone base when I'm rocking an indie forge and stuff. It just seems unreasonable. I could farm everything that person owns in like 10 minutes. And that's not a knock on them, right? Everybody has to start out there every time. But that's a really pretty PT. Like that purple and red. We're not here for PTs. Let's not. They keep giving me such pretty ones. Oh, there's an RG. Level 60, not good enough. We will maybe pick up a trike if I find a really good one. That is definitely in the list of things I need. I really just can't stop myself from looking at the nice colored PTs. It's just not possible for me to not spyglass them. Or any PT for that matter. I love Pteranodons. I love RGs. I love all the flyers in this game, which is really too bad because I think that this game would be better if there were no mountable flying creatures. Because just having to be out in the world makes the game so much more interesting. having to be down on the ground where creatures can attack you just makes the game so much more interesting. And I think flyers really do a disservice to the game, to both PvE and PvP, because they just take you out of the world so much. But all of my favorite creatures are flyers. Because they're just so gosh darn cool. It is so much fun to fly around on these creatures. It feels good, it looks cool. You know, being able to be above everything and just kind of see what's going on. Just so much fun. Unfortunately, this game does not want me to get any RGs. Oh, was there a Reaper back there? I'm not gonna try and fight it with my dinky little Pteranodon. I will die. But yes, you can get pearls from the Reapers. At least you're supposed to be able to. But this is not the creature to be doing that with. Need to get an RG for that. Need to get a good RG. Don't need no more of these freaking Pteranodons. Get these Pteranodons out of here. Need some RGs. Another Reaper over there. Come on, game. Give me some good RGs. Oh, there's a super red and green. Oh, red and pink PT. Only level 45. Oop, there's an RG. You suck. I need to go ahead and kill these low-level RGs. Letting them be around is not a good idea. Need to kill them so that maybe we'll get some higher levels. Oop. Almost missed this one. I like it. Only level 25. Get killed. Whoops. Missed the timing. If Jerboa elves stay in after updates, gone with cryos when I'm making a Jerboa elf tower like the Dimorphs. Ooh. That is a great idea. Did your attempt to breed? Did your bow else yield any results? That would be hilarious. Level 5? Are you kidding me right now, ARK? Going out to get a female now, went out, found one didn't have the stems. Yeah, bummer. This has got to be a joke, right? We've seen 5 RGs. The highest level was level 60. We're on the extinction map, dude. Can I get some high level RGs? Oh, yeah, there's another super pink pteranodon. I really like the super pink pteranodons. I really, really, really want to kill somebody with a hot pink pteranodon. Like, like so bad. Just to rub it in their face that I have hot pink pteranodons. They don't. We do need a good male stego. Goodness gracious. Can we just get a good RG? That PT is too blue. Them bears got mean faces. Okay, but I'm serious though. There is no reason for creatures out in the wasteland to be spawning at lower than level like 100. This is ridiculous. That is a person in an RG being chased by the owl that they're trying to tame. They're in a level 100 RG trying to tame a level 20 owl. I'm not going to mess with that. Welcome to the Jungle's just got an owl chilling out here. Wonder what they're up to. RG? Level 10. Holy crap. What is going on over here? I think there's another RG. Nope. I thought that rhino was an RG. But it was not. This is stupid. I am fairly annoyed by how difficult it is to find a decent level RG. This is... I mean, it's such a staple creature. You can't really run around without it, you know?
It was always
Oops.
hypothesized that a member of the tardigrade phylum would be the last species on Earth in the event of a global apocalypse. So in some ways, the existence of Mopsekinescus fluitobesus is completely expected. Its size and method of travel, however, less so. Mopsekinescus is slow and ineffective in a fight, so to survive, it tends to choose flight. Literally. First, it inflates itself like a balloon, briefly slowing down and gaining durability. Then it launches itself into the air by expelling gas through a series of sphincters in its underbelly, which it also uses to slow its descent. Yes, it's as unusual as it sounds, but Mopsekinescus makes the most of its inflatable nature. In addition to jumping, it can use its stored up gases to push back aggressors or even float on water. While a poor steed in battle, Mopsekinescus is a fantastic beast of burden. The hairs on its back let a single rider steer it without a saddle, and it carries an incredible amount of cargo for its size. A small caravan of these could see us swimming in resources in no time.
Hey, what's up, Blighted? Got that same... How are you doing today? What are you getting yourself up to? Like this cliff face right here would be perfect for RGs. Why is it covered in pteranodons? I'm about to hop back on D&D. You mean D&D online, or do you mean you have a D&D game going? Dark and Darker. Got it, got it. Yeah, I've played some Dark and Darker. It's an interesting game. I don't know if I would call it Dungeons and Dragons as a video game, though. It's uh, too combat focused, I think. I think if you want to have a truly Dungeons and Dragons video game, then there have to be lots of other options. I don't think it can just be all about combat. And this is like a Dark and Darker is a good game, but what they are making right now kind of sucks. Hey, what's up, MS the Slacker? Nice to see a new face in the chat. How's it going? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. What are they making right now? You've got a problem with MS? You mean they're adding something to Dark and Dark? Dark and Darker, or are they making a new game, or what are you talking about? Oop, there's an RG. Level freaking 10. Yo, this game is trying to piss me off. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be joining a Dark and Darker match in the middle. That's booty cheeks. Oh, that's a 145 T-Rex. Is it a male? It is a male. I feel like I need to tame that because I have a 145 female. That had some pretty decent melee and health stats. They're probably adding stuff, seeing how it works. We'll remove it. That's true. I am happy that it's not yet in 1.0 and that they're not yet calling it a full release. Because I don't think the game's ready to be called a full release yet. But I am hopeful for it. It is an interesting concept at the very least. So we'll see what happens with it. It's a fun little session game, you know? I don't feel like I need to be playing it 100% of the time. So, you know, at least there's that. it's certainly shooting for an audience that is different than me. Yeah, I'll be here probably for another 6 or 7 hours at least, so I'll be around. I'm always around, Blighted. I think we're gonna go ahead and like kill every bird that I can over here real quick. And then while we wait for him to respawn, we'll go ahead and go tame that T-Rex. Because I want a decent breeding pair of T-Rexes. And then we'll go back to looking for Argies. It's probably going to be a mostly taming day today. But just because I've got some gaps that need filling. I need a good male Dago. I need... So I'm a new player to ARK, and I play Evolved. What's the difference between Evolved and Ascended? So Ascended is pretty much just a copy-paste of Evolved. It's just done on Unreal Engine 5 instead of Unreal Engine 4. And there've been some creatures added that didn't get added to Evolved. With each map that they're releasing, they're also releasing some new creatures. So things like the Oasisaur, the Pyromane, the Dreadnoughtus on this map, the Dreadmare, and a bunch of other stuff like that have all been added to this game and do not exist in Survival Evolved as far as I'm aware. And which one has more people currently is actually Survival Evolved. Because all of the maps have not been remastered yet for Ascended, so we don't have Ragnarok, Valguero, the 2 Genesis maps, Lost Island, Crystal Isles, or Fjordor yet on Ascended. But sometime next year, we're actually getting a new story DLC for Ascended that won't be released on Evolved. So there will be a new story map on the Ascended version that doesn't exist on Evolved at all, I don't think. But if you have Evolved, if you're enjoying Evolved, ARK Survival Evolved is a great game. I like, there's a big change that came with Ascended that I think is extremely important, and that is that you can't I'm playing this game for PvP, and I don't get how there's no people playing on servers. So the reason servers are sparsely populated is after a server's been live for a little while, one tribe sort of comes out dominant, and then they have a tendency to patrol that server and kill anybody who starts to build up a little bit. And they just end up with a very, very severe advantage based on, the level of their creatures and their mutations and the quality of their blueprints and stuff like that. So there's not really... It's not so much that there aren't a lot of players, because there are. There's like 30,000 people playing Evolved and like 15 or 20,000 people playing Ascended right now. So there's plenty of players. They're just spread out across a lot of maps because the game tends to foster entire server control. And so you end up with just like one tribe per server that's kind of dominant in a server. So when you go to the different servers, you're really just kind of looking for big bases like that to raid. But there's still lots of people. If you're, how can you travel between servers? You can go to any drop or any terminal in Extinction. But you just go to a drop, and at the bottom of the screen, you'll see travel to other servers. And then you can travel to any server um, that's in the same cluster. So if you're playing on the official servers, actually, I don't think there are official servers anymore for Evolved. I think official support ended for Survival Evolved. But, yeah, of course, I love answering questions. But yeah, just any server on the cluster can be traveled to. That's probably the biggest difference then between Evolved and Ascended, is there are still official servers on Ascended. That's what I'm playing right now, is the official Small Tribes cluster. So there are hundreds of official Small Tribes servers that you can travel between. Maybe more like 100, maybe not hundreds. It might be multiple hundreds, I don't really know. But that'll be the biggest difference, is the official support. What I need here is I need more narcotics. I'm pretty sure I stole some from that dude. Maybe not, though. Black? How do I not have any narcotics? Are you kidding me? Gross. There we go. That's still not enough, though. Need to go get some more. Need some more narco berries. I'm a PvP guy. I came from this game called Conan Exiles. Oh, yeah. But more balanced, loot better, but also garbage game. You feel about Conan Exiles the same way pretty much every ARK player feels about ARK. We love the game, but it's a big pile of garbage. A really, really big pile of garbage. Let's see if my teammate has any tranks here. They do not. What a bum. I've never played Conan, but I am familiar with the game, yes. It's not really my petite. Me likey the dino game. Alright, let's get our Anki out here. Let's go get some berries. I do love this game. I've played a little over 5,000 hours of ARK. Between the two versions, between Ascended and Evolved. So, I've always been a pretty big fan. But the most annoying thing is turrets for me. Killed so many level 150 tames. Yeah, you'll get used to that. Where you'll just kind of develop an understanding of where people are going to put turrets. And then that'll stop happening to you. But it is a rough go when you're first getting started and you don't really know where base locations and stuff are and what to look out for. It still happens to me sometimes. For a while, there wasn't a base on top of that building right over there. And there's some people built a base on top of it, and I didn't know. And I flew right into their turrets. 150 Griffin. Griffins are so much fun. I love the Griffins. I can't wait until Ragnarok comes out on this game and I can get Griffins again. Such a good time. The thing that I like about them the most is that you can shoot weapons off of their back. So I really like to be able to do that. I think that's really useful. I like to tame Quetzals and stuff, so makes that much easier. I saw one yesterday, 145, but couldn't get one because I get always raided by guys with shadow mains. Yeah, fuck the shadow main. Your your first thing is going to be to learn to hide your base. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If your base is anywhere in the open where anybody can find it, or in a location where people know bases typically are, you're just gonna get killed. And that's just the way it is. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're playing on an unofficial cluster that's got a lot of people, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Put all these berries back inside of this guy. Because they were too heavy for me. Let's go make us some more narcotics. You don't want to leave your creatures out, so I assume you're familiar with the Parasaur. And the Parasaur's ability to see targets. It has like its echolocation. Um, because it has that echolocation, people don't need to be able to see your base to find it. They'll just get a wyvern and they'll carry a parasaur around with that echolocation happening, and then they'll find your base that way. So whenever you log off, you need to put every single one of your creatures in a cryopod, and then suicide, so that there's no living entity in your base, so that a parasaur can't find anything in your base. And that's one of the easiest ways that people find bases. So if there's no living entity, then the parasaur doesn't trigger on anything, and then nobody finds your base. Yeah, it's very important to do that. One of the other things people do is they fly around with a turret out, and it'll show how many turrets are in range of that turret. So if you're hiding like in a really hidden rat hole or anything like that, if you have turrets in your rat hole, then they'll see that there are turrets around, and then they'll just kind of hone in on where your base is based on how many turrets are appearing. And that's not really something you can avoid because you need to have turrets in your base to defend. So you can't really avoid that, but you can at least avoid parasaurs finding you. need to go get him up here higher. But against guys that have 5k hours, you can't really hide. It's true, they are going to know most locations, but it's a question of how much time they have. I can only explore so many base locations in, an hour. And so if I'm looking for people, I'm not going to go check every single base location that exists. I'm going to check the ones where I think the biggest bases are going to be. Or maybe I'm going to have like a rotation of base locations that I check. And so you find a really good hidden spot, and then hopefully you get a couple of days where nobody finds you because you're following all those rules, right? You're not keeping creatures out. You're hiding the best you can. And then you get a couple of days and you get built up enough that now it becomes difficult for them to raid you. And so they have to spend more time, more resources, stuff like that. And maybe you get an opportunity to actually defend yourself instead of just getting raided while you're offline. Because every base is pretty much raidable, no matter what. You can't make an impenetrable base, really. And so the goal is to make it take as long as possible so that if you're offline, you have time to get online and manually defend your base. Then you push them off and, it just becomes too expensive to continue trying to raid you because they lose too many creatures and stuff. Because there is, people have finite resources. A lot of the bigger tribes have like thousands of stegos, but they do still have a finite number of stegos to raid you with. And so if you can survive all of their attacks and defend all of their stegos, then you're good. Maybe they only bring 100 with them. So you kill 100 stegos and then they can't keep raiding you and they have to leave. Pack all their stuff up and try again later. And that gives you time to make more bullets and do all that stuff, repair things that they destroyed, maybe build some extra defenses. But it all starts with creating a strong enough base that it'll survive without you long enough for you to get back on. But I've got to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. For a base like yours, if people find you, you're done. Oh, absolutely. 100%. If anybody finds my base up here, I've only got like 12 heavy turrets right now. So this base is super C-spinnable because that opening is so huge. You could just get a PT, and you C-spin in, and the PT dies, but when it dies, you jump off and pull out a rocket launcher and just shoot a rocket from point blank at the turrets. You could easily do that to my base because I don't have anything in the way that's stopping PTs from flying in. But that's just, this base is too big. The entrance is too big for a solo to be able to defend it well. So I am moving to another base location very, very soon. Actually, I kind of already moved. And I'll be storing all of my important stuff. How do you survive turrets? Really good armor. Really good armor. If you're wearing primitive armor, then heavy turrets will absolutely take you down. But if you're wearing really good armor, then you can take quite a few hits. I am currently only wearing primitive armor myself. Alright, put that away. We've got plenty of trank arrows now. Let's go trank out that 145. This is where I live. I live way up at the top of the world. That's the highest point on this map. I live way up there. Nobody's flown up there to see my base yet. Or if they have, they just haven't given a crap, and so they've just left. But, yeah, I feel pretty safe up there. I mean, it's so high, it's so out of the way. But one of the things people do is they do that right there, that C-spin, when they go to raid you, because that keeps you from getting shot by the turrets, and it means just your Pteranodon gets shot. So that's how they get into your turrets and get really close, is they do that C-spin. It's called a C-spin because C is the button you press to do it. And then your Pteranodon dies before you do. And then you jump off the Pteranodon and your rocket launcher's out and you just shoot off a rocket point blank and blow up turrets that way. You do still need good flak though, so that you can last a couple of seconds while your rocket launcher comes out. And you gotta drink a beer. How do you know which server you can move to? When you go to a terminal and look at the transfer list, it'll only show you servers that you can transfer to from inside the game. Now, if you're out at the big server list, then you won't be able to know. But if you go to the terminal or drop or whatever, it'll tell you anything on that list you can transfer to. Now, there are sometimes some restrictions. For example, these extinction maps on Survival Ascended are new. So I can't transfer with stuff onto this map. I can only transfer stuff off of this map. So if you bring, like gear or anything like that, when you transfer onto this map, all that stuff disappears basically. It drops on the server that you came from, and you'll just be naked here. So you can transfer your character, and your character gets to keep all their levels and all their engrams and all that stuff. But you can't bring gear or dinos or anything like that with you into this map right now. Now, eventually that'll change, but for the time being, that's the way it is. I missed. We are going to tame this 145 T-Rex, because that'll give me a breeding pair. Those servers you want to transfer as to have similar farming rate to the one you play. It's not about the farming rate. The person who runs your server, because you're playing on an unofficial server, there's a person who actually runs that server, and they have to intentionally link the servers together. So I don't know what server cluster you're playing on, or even if it is a cluster, it might just be a single server. There are some websites that you can look to. I don't know any of them off the top of my head, but if you look up ARK Survival Ascended or ARK Survival Evolved server list, you should be able to find like a list of those servers. So ARK Global, they probably have a website. So if you look up Global on your web browser, then you can probably find like a list of their servers and what maps they're running and stuff like that. The big boy. Ooh, he can get up here. Ruh-roh. Big boy said lunchtime. You suck. Stop running away from me. I should have just made a trap, but... well, traps annoy me. I don't like the idea of having to make traps for things. Come back over here, you little shithead. Do it now. Is it hard to make traps in Ascended? No, not at all. Very, very simple. I'm just lazy. And my Pteranodon doesn't have very much weight. So I couldn't, like, carry the trap around. I'd have to stop. And, like, build the trap out here. Which I don't really want to do. Yeah, pretty much just billboard everything. Yeah. It's just mildly annoying to do. And I don't like to be mildly annoyed. So I'm just gonna shoot it with drinks like this. I know, you're so scary. Look at the scary Rex. Oh, it's a scary Rex. The scary Rex, it's about to go memes. You know it. I know it. The whole world knows it. Go memes. Oops, I missed. I just am not using them. I don't know, it's not really a like or a dislike. I just currently am using a crossbow. I guess it takes more gunpowder and stuff to make the darts. instead of just making the arrows. And I want to use up my gunpowder to make turret ammo. I don't really want to use up my gunpowder making sniper bullets. They made the second game as a way to try and make money so that they can continue to make ARK 2. And to upgrade the graphics to Unreal Engine 5. It was absolutely a money grab. And their monetization strategy for ARK Ascended is fairly different than their monetization strategy for ARK Evolved. And it's quite pay to win because you've got DLCs that like add new creatures and stuff, like Bob's Tall Tales and the creature DLCs, like the Dreadmare, and some other stuff. So I'm not really. What the hell? Did my creature just vanish? Oh no, there it is. Okay. I was about to say. So yeah, it was a pretty bad deal. And I'm not exactly happy about it, but I'm a pretty hardcore ARK player. I really like the game, so I went ahead and bought it. Despite my reservations about their monetization strategy. Go to sleep. Oh, what's up, Theory? Go ahead and jump off the cliff there, why don't you? I'm actually pretty upset that this T-Rex came up here. Hello? There's so little survival games that are good. That's for sure. A game you might try. It's free to play, and this channel actually started when Once Human came out. But if you like survival games and maybe want a little more casual grinding experience, then you might try Once Human. It's okay. Well, I mean, if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's fine. I personally enjoyed it quite a bit. I think that they definitely need to work on how they roll out their mechanics and stuff. I think they had some pretty big problems there. But at its core, I think that game is pretty incredible. Will you please go to sleep? You gigantic butthole. I need to get this stego. Since it's going to insist on trying to kill my T-Rex. Oh, you don't, you little buttface. Alright. Maybe I can lead you over to this theory. Instead of my Rex. Yeah, you two come over here together. Kill each other. Good job, Theory. Oh, now there's a Spino. Oh, and a corrupted Rex. This is really bad. All of you, come over here with me. My 145 Rex is gonna get killed right now. Stop it. I mean, Once Human does have some PvP scenarios, but I understand it's not. I play PvP because I like the tension that PvP brings. I like the fact that at any point, some random person could show up over here and try and kill me while I'm in the middle of trying to tame this, because the PvE in this game is fairly simple. Oh, that's a rock drake. And doesn't really pose a lot of threat. And so I prefer to play PvP where, you know, the threat to my life exists while I do stuff. And I do like to PvP sometimes. It's not something I like to do a lot, but something I like to do some. This freaking rock drake, dude. Get off my nuts. All these corrupted creatures are just making it impossible to try and tame this freaking Rex. I guess I should have trapped it. You were doing the right thing. You need to run towards this cliff and jump off or something, dude. Oop, there's that rock drake again. Need to get some food. Try and kill this PT. I am not going to be able to get this Rex. I'm just going to leave it. It's just going to die. That's fine. That was getting a little out of hand and something bad was going to happen and I was going to lose my bird or something. I don't want that. Hey, there's the Dreadmare. I don't own the DLC for it. But I need 5 RG. At least we're heading in the right direction. Still not going to tame that, though. Level 10 RG. How useless. Is it hard to get high level tames in Ascended? Yes, I am feeling like it is more difficult to get high level tames on Ascended than it was in Evolved. It was always difficult on the island in Evolved, because there was just something about the island. The creatures' spawn levels were just generally lower. But it was never really a problem in any of the other maps. But Since I've been on Extinction, I've been having a significant issue trying to get higher level tames on Extinction. I haven't seen like any good RGs. It's been a nightmare. Just want like a 130. I saw 140, but it immediately went and got itself killed. Oh, there's another Dreadmare. That's the same one. Just flown really far. Yes and no. So I think it would make PvE more fun, but I don't think it's necessarily improving PvP, because the bigger tribes do have higher level creatures. And once one of the bigger tribes gets a higher level creature, they're not really ever going to lose it because they have much better breeding operations and stuff like that than I do. So once they reach that plateau and have that high tier creature, they're always just going to be significantly more powerful than you. And anytime you get killed and have to start over or anything like that, you just have that much more of an uphill climb to try and get back to where you can compete a little bit. So I think it's bad for, solos or more casual players or people who maybe have a little bit more difficulty trying to um, like tier up and get started. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a good thing for PvP. I do think it's a good thing for PvE because it sort of lengthens the amount of time it takes to get a good line going. And I think for PvE, that's probably pretty good because it just gives you something to do. It makes the grind feel longer. But I don't think in necessarily a negative way because I like taming creatures. I like flying around looking for the creatures that I want to tame. I like, killing the lower levels and spawning in higher levels. It feels really good to find a high level. So, I'm okay with the way it is, but for PvP, it's just making life really difficult. Ooh, this guy got away from all of the corrupted dinos that were chasing him, trying to kill him. Or maybe they were just chasing me. Maybe they were never after him. Nope. Literally, the second I come back over here, he just goes and runs into a whole bunch of corrupted creatures to get murked. I hate this game so much. Uh, Gosh, I hate this game so much. Level 15 Thyla. That's a whole lot of garbage. That's really too bad. I was really looking forward to having a breeding pair. I mean, I guess I could just get any male T-Rex. I can call it good. I don't necessarily need a high level one because my female's pretty decent. Just having a good imprint will be fine. But, I want a high level. Come on now. Where's some RGs? You sure are pretty. So red. Can a solo player raid bigger tribes? Absolutely. I can't because I'm a trash can. But there is a content creator named Vindactor. Um, Especially some of their older content was pretty much all about raiding bigger tribes. you sort of need to wait until they're offline if you're going to raid a bigger tribe, just because their numbers sort of prevent you from being able to raid when they're online. But if you wait until they're offline, a single person can pretty much raid any base. It takes a lot of knowledge. It takes a lot of, ooh, that is a pretty dreadmare. It's only level 20. You have to know a lot about raiding. You have to take a lot of effort to get it all set up. Have you seen the base going into the underground in that tower right when you go in? No, I haven't. I didn't even realize there was a base down there. I've flown past there a couple of times and I didn't see anything. I'm going to build in it. I ran in, got shot by tech turrets. Oh, you didn't die. Good job. That's funny. That's real funny. Not supposed to get shot by the enemy's turrets, brother. Supposed to avoid that. That's what photo mode is for. Why do I do streaming? I do streaming because I very much enjoy it. Hey, thanks for the follow, MS. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I play a lot of video games. I pretty much just sit around and play video games all day. And I find that streaming and talking to people while I do it has made me enjoy my time playing video games more than just playing. So, exactly, yeah, it's just really fun to interact with people. It's fun to have, because I'm a G. I am not a G. I've always been an actor my whole life. I've done a lot of musical theater and stage theater. And so I just really like to sort of be performing for people and be talking. And yeah, so it just kind of falls in that category for me and makes my game time a lot more fun. Honestly, it kind of upsets me that I didn't start streaming earlier. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Detestion. I've considered streaming for years and years and years now. I just never really started doing it until about 5 months ago, and now I'm enjoying it so much. It makes me sad that I didn't start doing it years ago. Made a new friend just scrolling through YouTube and found Hermit. I appreciate that, y'all. Thank you. Could it be also that you have so many hours in game, maybe? I don't think... I mean, when I started the stream, I started by playing Once Human. And that game had just come out. And so I didn't have any hours in that game when I started playing it on stream. So I don't think it's really about the hours I've played on any specific game. I think it's just I really enjoy talking to people about the game while I play. There's just, I don't know, there's something about it that makes me really enjoy playing more. I play more hours when I'm streaming than I do when I'm not. I almost can't even bring myself to play if I'm not on stream anymore. Just because I get so much more enjoyment out of having people to talk to and stuff while I play that I just don't really like playing without streaming. And I mean, obviously, I hope to turn it into, a successful business opportunity. I would like to be able to earn my living this way. I think that would be really cool. But even if I can't, or I don't make it that way, I'll probably still always stream because it's just so much gosh darn fun. Oh my goodness. I should have just tamed that level 95. I don't know what I was thinking. Getting greedy. Hey, we've already been streaming for 4 hours today. That's what's up. I might have to stop and get some food at some point. So what can I do to survive shadow mains? You know, get a net gun and net them. You guys been raiding me for the last 3 days? Yeah. Get a net gun. Shoot nets at them. Because you can net the tame, and then there'll just be people on foot. And then you can just kill the tame. Get a good shotgun. Shotgun them. The big deal is that you have to get away from primitive, though. Probably your best bet for getting out of primitive gear is to go run Genesis mission. Because you'll just get Genesis mission drop items. And that stuff is pretty decent. I mean, it's not great, but it's decent. And then you'll use that stuff to try and kill those people. But a net gun and a good shotgun and lots of shotgun shells. And when they show up, you just net the shadow main. And it'll just lay there on the ground. And then you just shotgun the shiznet out of it. Mm-hmm. You're probably not gonna win. I'm just gonna let you know now. They also will have really good shotguns and really good fabricated snipers and, really good armor and stuff. Wow, there's 3? No, just 2. 2 element veins right next to each other here. That's crazy. They're gonna have just really good crafted gear. And they're going to use that crafted gear to kill you. But at least having a net gun and a good shotgun will give you a fighting chance if they make some mistakes or are really bad. Oh wow, 3 days. Yeah. See, you're in the really hard part of ARK right now because the people who play this game are extremely unforgiving and very, very PvP happy. And so you're still learning the game and, don't have any stuff and, don't really know what you're doing, don't know what the counters to things are and stuff like that. And you're just getting absolutely massacred by, people who've been playing for a really long time and have really good stuff. So that's just, you're just in the hardest part right now. You'll, eventually catch up if you persist. But it is going to be rough for a while. I think probably the most important thing for PvP in this game, though, is get the enemy off their tame. and then either kill the enemy or kill the tame. You don't want to be fighting a person who is mounted, if you can avoid it. But yeah, you're right. A lot of, especially raiding tactics for Conan Exiles and for ARK are probably going to be pretty similar. Hey, what's up, Quizza? Welcome back. How'd your stream go? Is there PvP practice servers? You could maybe play a little Survival of the Fittest, which is the Battle Royale version. But if you want to practice PvP, probably the best thing to do is go to servers with higher gather rates and faster tame rates. Like a server that has instant tame instead of having to like sit there for an hour to tame a creature. Because when you have higher gather rates and faster tame rates and stuff like that, you just get to the end game faster and you catch up to those better players faster. And if you get wiped, it doesn't matter as much because you can just build up again really quick. There are some content creators that I would recommend that are still playing ARK Survival Evolved and playing on boosted servers like that. Zavi is one. He's a very good content creator. I really like to watch his stuff, even though I don't really like to play the same way he does. I really like to watch it. He plays a lot with a couple of other content creators. I forget their names now, but yeah, I would check out Zabi and check out some of the servers that he plays on. He also has his own server cluster that runs some sped up rates and stuff like that. But you just need to be playing somewhere where there's sped up rates and stuff if you want to practice PvP, because it'll allow you to get those higher tier creatures quicker, and then just be back in the fight just as fast as possible. Zavi is also definitely a way better PvPer than I am. So as far as tactics are concerned, watching them will probably help more. He doesn't tend to stream, although he has been. Yeah, that's most of those servers. I think it's INS, MTS, Zavi's servers. They all kind of bounce around because those servers wipe like every month or two, and everybody starts all over again. And so they kind of stagger their wipe schedules, because the first few days is kind of the most fun. The first week or so is kind of the most fun because you've got everybody, just starting out. Everybody's on a level playing field. Everybody's, farming up and making their bases and getting their creatures. And so there's just tons of PvP and action and stuff like that going on. So I would just kind of look for when those wipes are going to be, and then join in on those wipes. But INS and MTS and there's a couple of other ones. I don't really play a lot of unofficial anymore, so I'm a little out of the loop on that. But a lot of those server clusters, they wipe and they have really good boosted rates, and they're really good for PvPing, if that's what you want to do. And it is a lot of fun. Back in my early days, I played quite a bit of MTS on Survival Evolved. And boy howdy, those servers they're interesting. But they have events, a lot of those server clusters do, and then they have like a point system where every time you destroy an enemy structure or kill an enemy player or kill an enemy dino, you earn points. And then they have what's called the cluster alpha. So at the end of the server wipe, whatever tribe amassed the most points gets crowned like server alpha. Some of them even give like cash prizes and stuff. If you are part of the server alpha tribe, and they have events that go on where they'll drop a bunch of really good loot, and then there will be rules to the event, like you're not allowed to bring any dinos. It's all foot PvP. And then there's just, everybody congregates on this one server in this one area to do a bunch of foot PvP for a while, trying to get all this good loot, like good blueprints and stuff like that. Zavi might be streaming right now. He has been streaming a lot more recently on his more recent playthrough. So they might be streaming right this moment. Yeah, a lot of the servers that Zavi plays on are probably going to be what you're looking for. I think he probably plays in a much similar style to what you would be interested in. And if you get wiped, A, it's much quicker to get built back up, and B, the servers themselves wipe on a much faster cycle. So you can just kind of move on to a new server, to a new start, and not have to worry about, people on shadow mains that have tons of stuff wrecking you while you're still running around with a metal pickaxe. Because that sucks. But let's go see this base that we'll see if I can find it. I'm probably about to die, but whatever. Where's this base at? Mustang? Is it the one that's up underneath? Is it the one that's up underneath this platform right here? This is it right here at WG. They must have it blocked off. Thought maybe we were actually going to get to see some of it, but it looks like probably not. 'Cause I ain't trying to get any closer than that. Got it. Okay. Well, I'm not going to really be able to see their base then. I don't want to get murked. I don't want to get murked. I'm honestly starting to get pretty annoyed about this RG situation. A, there don't seem to be nearly as many as I remember unevolved. And B, where the heck are all the good RGs? This is flippin' ridiculous, yo. Is that a good theory? Nope. Do you see what I see? Ah, bummer. Thought maybe that'd go down a little farther. Do I also have under meshes? What do you mean? You mean like when you press K mode and you can see under the mesh? No. You can't do that in ARK Survival Ascended. Or do you mean people build under mesh, like in Conan Exiles? Yes, that is a problem in ARK. People will absolutely build under the mesh in this game. And it is super annoying. And they will raid you. Sometimes they can get in the mesh and then come raid your base from through the mesh, so your turrets and stuff can't shoot them. And it's incredibly obnoxious, and I hate it. I hate it a lot. Where's the freaking RGs? Are you a high level Thyla? Nope. Pretty sure I've spyglassed you before. Well, there's another Dreadmare. I do like to look at the Dreadmares, they're cool. Especially the holiday colored ones. Yeah, something you'll have to do. Server crash, was fighting an Alpha Rex on my only Wyvern. Ouch. You are effed. Rip Wyvern. Something you'll have to do when you start building up a bigger base, MS, is put turrets inside your base as well as outside. So that way, if somebody uses a mesh or something like that, if they come into your base at all, then your internal turrets will kill them. So they can't come into your base until they like find your generator and destroy it. And it'll at least provide you a little bit more security. Eventually they're going to get in, but having some internals is a good idea. Yes, it absolutely can happen in unofficial. The good thing about unofficial is most unofficial server clusters have mods who don't play. So they're not like associated with any of the tribes or anything. And you can put in a ticket, usually on their Discord. Most of the unofficial server clusters have Discords. And you can just put in a ticket on their Discord, and they'll usually ban those people and give you some of your stuff back. So while it can happen on an unofficial, it is much less likely because they have game masters and stuff who usually take care of that shit. the official server clusters are so full of cheaters, it's not even funny. People using aim hacks and all kinds of stuff on the official clusters. It's pretty annoying. Yeah, I'm sure. Is that an owl? It is. You suck. You suck. There's no frickin' RGs. Yeah, no, they don't hide it on here either. Because if you try and make a report to Wildcard, they won't do anything about it. There is no fear when using hacks on this game. It is virtually impossible to get your account banned. There's an RG. Nope, that's an owl. Shite. Yo, this sucks. Almost got exploded. Ooh, ooh, that one was close. Oh my goodness, the game is trying to kill me. Apparently it doesn't like that I'm complaining so much about not being able to find RGs. But I don't care, I'm gonna keep doing it. You throw rocks at me all you want, game. I did go by there earlier. I haven't checked again since I was by there earlier. We'll go back, see if we can't find one. I do usually forget about Green Knob. I've been out here for like an hour and a half though, killing RGs. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect to be able to find one high-level RG in an hour and a half. Especially since I've been killing everyone that I see. Stupid element veins. I like the purple in the wings there. Pretty nice. Ooh, that rock landed pretty close. And then another one. My goodness. I was just kidding when I said it, but I think this game really is trying to kill me right now. Okay, why? I thought we were friends, game. I thought we were friends. Yeah, I need to get a better helmet. It's gonna be dropping rocks on my head. Gigantoraptor. There's 3 Jerboa elves right here. Guess there's that. Come on, dude. There's normally like 3 or 4 RG spawns over here. I don't know why there's no RGs. Maybe the server needs a reset or something, I don't know. It's goofy. Yeah, it's only level 60 though. I would love to get a good Textego set. I am running out of food. You know, I think they do a pretty good job, MS, on the unofficial servers. I think they do a pretty good job. And while you can't tell if somebody's using ESP by like looking at their game, you can tell based on their actions if somebody's using ESP. Um, so, I mean, while it's not perfect, the unofficial servers are definitely better than the officials for not having, people hacking and stuff. But you're right. There are probably still people doing it, especially because on some servers you can, win prizes and stuff. Hey, a level 45 RG. You're about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop. Pretty sure this game is trying to aggravate me at this point. I do need to get this corpse so that my poor bird can eat. Gotta feed the burb. We're gonna get rid of this spark powder. That's 5 pounds I don't need to be carrying around. I think we'll be alright now. This is getting stupid. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't mean to be so boring and just be flying around like this, but I need a good RG. I haven't had one. It's been 11 days. And I have never had an RG higher than level 115. And that's just stupid. Hey, there's a level 120 male stego. Might go ahead and tame that. Come over here and fight this PT, dude. There you go. This stego will be pretty hard to tame out here because of all these corrupted creatures, but it's close enough I could probably lead it over to the green hub area. Let's see. Come on, buddy. Let's stay down close to the ground. Will you come follow me? Yeah, you use stegos to soak turrets when you're raiding bases. The stegos also got an update not terribly long ago where they have like an armor version that keeps you from getting shot while you're on the back of them. So they're just really good for soaking damage. Every now and then, so when you're leading a creature like this, eventually it'll get bored if it never hits you and stop chasing you. So what you want to do is let it get close enough to attack you and hit you every now and then. And it'll stay aggroed on you for a lot longer that way. Oop, it missed. Yeah, you see I haven't let it hit me in a while. And now it's just not aggroed anymore. Is it better to use rocket launchers to destroy turrets? So it depends on what's going on. Rocket launchers are a good thing to kill turrets with, especially if you're in 3x or 6x or whatever it is when you're inside of a cave, if you have cave damage going. So some locations on the map, like inside of caves, structures take more damage from explosives. And so the thing becomes to try and get as close to the turrets as possible, and then drop your explosives, whether it be C4 or rockets. And that way, you can just kill them in a single rocket. But you have to be careful because you don't always have the ability. Oop, stop attacking my PT, you dirty scoundrel. Ooh, broke my leggings. So I'm gonna try and get. Oh, ouch. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna try and get that stego to fall in that hole over there. Um, whack me. Alright, now come over here and fall in this hole. Because it's sort of a trap. In and of itself. Hopefully, if I can get it to fall in here, it won't be able to get out. Come over here. Yeah, so turrets shoot rockets out of the sky. They shoot any explosive. Even if you, like, strap a C4 to a creature, the turrets will shoot the C4 off the creature and explode it. So, you can't just shoot rockets at turrets because they'll get exploded. So what you have to do is you have to get close. And that's where things like sea spinning and owl diving and stuff like that come in. It's also where, soaking comes in, so you can just soak all the bullets. And then you don't have to blow up the turrets because they were soaked. That's where things like grapple glitching come into play. Where you use a grapple to accelerate yourself really fast towards turrets, and if you're wearing good enough flak and you have a beer, then you can actually get really far with the grapple glitch. So there's just a bunch of different methods that you use in different situations to get yourself close enough to the turrets to either blow them up or to bring a big fat creature like a stego in there that has lots of HP to just soak up all the damage. And then when there's no more bullets, you just walk right in. It's just going to be very conditional on what's going on in a given situation. I don't think it can get out of there. I think it is good and thoroughly stuck. Which is hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna need you to go to sleep soon, Stego. I've only got the ability to shoot 43 more times. Sometimes, but it's very, very rarely, and usually for very few creatures. They do what's called TLC passes, which they do pretty major overhauls to old creatures, like the Stego got one, the Carnotaurus got one. There have been a bunch of creatures in the past. I think the Trike got one. But that's for like the super duper old creatures that were just really, really useless. Or were having their roles taken over by newer creatures that had better abilities and stuff like that. But they come like once every year or more. They do maybe 3 or 4 creatures at a time. The Mammoth got one. But yeah, they're not consistently. Yeah, you could absolutely Maywing dive to get into some turrets. So the way diving works is, fell asleep. The way diving works is you get off the creature first and you get out your rocket launcher. So you see how when I get on this creature with nothing equipped in my hands and I jump off, I have nothing equipped in my hands. But if I equip my crossbow and then I get on the creature, I don't have my crossbow out right now. But as soon as I jump off, my crossbow's out. So that's what you do is you put your rocket in your hands and then you get on your flyer or your Maywing or whatever, and then you fly it in. You fly it in to wherever the turrets are, and the turrets will kill your creature. And that's kind of the point. is that your turrets are going to kill the turrets are going to kill your creature. And then as soon as you get killed off the creature, or as soon as the creature gets killed and you sort of auto jump off, then you'll have your rocket launcher out, and then you just fire off a rocket real fast. And so since those creatures are so fast, they get all the way into the turrets, and you can just shoot it point blank. So even though turrets shoot rockets in flight, it doesn't matter when you're point blank because the splash still hits them. And so in 6X, which is like underground, whenever you're shooting a turret underground, it only takes one rocket to kill a heavy turret. And so you can kill like huge turret walls really, really quickly by hitting the supports or just by hitting the turrets by doing that. So yeah, Maywings work. Maywings are a little bigger. So the reason that people don't always use Maywings is they don't fit through as many spaces as a Pteranodon does, because a Pteranodon is an extremely small creature. So you can get Pteranodons and Snow Owls into a lot of tighter places. And a lot of people build bases in places that are really, really small entrances, so you can't necessarily get in there. So sometimes you have no choice but to soak from outside the entrance until you can get in, and maybe go to like the second wall, because sometimes there'll be like 2, 3, maybe even 4 walls worth of turrets that you have to get through to get to somebody's base proper. So you just go through and get yourself into as good a position as you can and step through those walls periodically, just one at a time, and you should be good. That should be enough Mejo berries. Name this this stego. But yeah, any fast creature. There's also the land creature, the Deinonychus. You could use in some situations. A Procoptodon would probably work. I think I actually need more. I don't think 80 is going to be quite enough. If you were trying to jump up, so if you could get below, for example, if somebody had a base up on that ledge over there, and I could get below that with a Procoptodon without dying, then I could probably jump the Procoptodon way up and just peek over the ledge. And I'm pretty sure you could shoot the rocket off the back of the Procoptodon. You probably wouldn't even have to let the Procoptodon die. But in a situation like that, it would probably just be easier to use grapples. So I don't really know. Probably grapple glitching in any situation where you would normally use a Procoptodon is probably better. So the way the grapple glitch works, and I don't think the grapple glitch actually works on ASA, but the way the grapple glitch works is you grapple. Honestly, I don't actually know how to do it. It's been a long time since I've even looked at the information. Yes and no. I guess technically, some servers might disallow it, but like if you watch Zavi and stuff, they use it all the time to get into bases. It's such an easy glitch to do that it would just kind of be impossible to stop people from doing it. And so I think just nobody cares, It'd be pretty difficult, I think, to stop people from doing it. While that stego tames, I need to go back and repair, maybe? We're good. No RG's gonna take 25 shots. Yeah, so we're just going to leave that stego to tame. Should be fine. It's in a nice little corner tucked away over there. I might want to kill these defense units, actually. Or kill this one defense unit because the other one's dead. For help. Stegos are probably going to do it up just fine, but... let's throw a little damage in there. Throw out some of that. Let's level up some weight. There we go. His fastest flyer, Pteranodon on Ascended. Shoot, I don't know if Pteranodons fly faster than wyverns or not. I don't actually think that they do. I think the wyvern is faster. And I guess actually now that we have snow owls are the fastest because you've got the dive bomb, just like the griffin. So yeah, I would say it's probably the snow owl is the fastest flyer right now. Yeah, but the spin doesn't really seem to give you a big speed boost in Ascended like it does in Evolved. At least not always. I don't know exactly what the trigger is. See, like that time I got a little boost. But then when I'm flying at like full speed, I don't get a boost. So I think in Ascended, it just helps you get up to max speed. It doesn't actually increase your speed. Another level 15 freaking RG. This is seriously ridiculous. I haven't seen a single RG over level 100 in 2 hours. I mean, like, I didn't feel like it was. When I was playing on the island, which is on Evolved, the island is the hardest server to get good tames on. I didn't really feel like I was having a hard time finding high levels. But specifically RGs on Ascended on this map, on Extinction, have just been a freaking nightmare. I am losing my mind. I have never, in all of my years playing ARK, had to work this hard to try and find high level RG. They're just such an important tame. You have to have them. They've just always been something you could get a hold of. But I am struggling right now. I don't know, maybe they're sharing the spawns with some of these PTs. Maybe I need to be killing PTs. I don't have any idea. It is less than entertaining, though. I am not happy about it. We're going to spend all day today looking for RGs. We're not going to get one. If we find a good RG, though, I will make an RG trap. That is an exception I will make to my standard not building traps. Usually just flyers in general. You can knock out RGs pretty easy on Ascended. Just by running in circles around them and shooting them with a crossbow. You don't really need to make a trap for an RG, but eventually they're going to torpor run, and you have to hit them at least once, sometimes twice, after they start torpor running. So if you're not really accurate, you should just go ahead and trap them. Although they have made a change. Since Extinction came out, RGs now have a headshot multiplier. So if you shoot an RG in the head, it gets way more torpor than if you shoot it in the body. So it takes way less arrows to tame RGs now than it used to, which I think is great. There's a lot of creatures that had headshot multipliers added. I think the T-Rex had a headshot multiplier added. I think Megatheriums did. I know RGs did. Dire Bears, I think, got headshot multipliers added. Just a lot of those creatures that were a little bit more difficult to tame because you didn't have headshot multipliers. Now have them. There's always been a bunch of RGs and stuff like out here too, and I'm not finding any. What is going on in my life? Oh, mad. After this stego tames out, if we haven't found an RG by then, I'm going to fly up back to the base real quick. And let's see, what's the health on this? 33. Okay, well, that's definitely not 35. It's definitely not going to get to where my other health is. But I'm going to get some food after that stego tames, if I'm not in the middle of taming an RG. They're a trick to make your tame survive turrets longer, because mine 6k HP Griffin got totally shredded. So flyers take more damage from turrets. So all of your flying creatures are going to get shredded when you fly into turrets. Griffins specifically don't really have any way to increase their defense. So most creatures have saddles, right? And you can get higher tier saddles with more armor, and that will help pretty significantly. But other than that, any herbivore can use what's called a sweet veggie cake. You put it in their inventory and they'll eat it automatically, or you can force feed it to them. And those sweet veggie cakes will give them a really good health regeneration buff. And that will make them last longer. So whenever you're soaking with a stego or a trike or whatever, you always want to make sure you have lots of veggie cakes. So yeah, your griffins are just never going to be good against turrets because flyers take extra damage and you can't put a saddle on a griffin. So your griffins are pretty much fucked. But yeah. Saddles and veggie cakes. Which is why, for example, rhinos are so good for bosses. Because rhinos are herbivores, but they are extremely high damage herbivores. They do a ton of DPS. Them and therizinosaurs both are herbivores. So you can feed them sweet veggie cakes and take them into boss fights and not have to pump nearly as much health because they'll get a good health regeneration buff from your veggie cakes. And you just get to put way more damage in. and do a ton more DPS to the bosses, which is nice. We do like some DPS. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be soaking with anything that doesn't have a saddle, because you can't get the extra mitigation. On official, I think it goes all the way up to 124% is the max you can get on a saddle. 124% armor. And the base armor is 20. Sorry, 124 armor, not 124%. So you have 25, so you can get 5 times the armor on a saddled creature than its base primitive saddle, which is significant. There are also creatures that have natural damage mitigation. So, for example, the trike has damage reduction on its faceplate. So, when you go in to soak on a trike, you go in facing forward and you try and get the faceplate taking all the hits because it has natural mitigation, and that will stack on top of its mitigation from its saddle. So you can mitigate a ton of damage with trikes, which is why there's a level, I think it's maybe 15 walls, maybe less. Maybe it's only like 7 or 8. But if you get turrets high enough, then when they shoot at the trike, instead of hitting it in the faceplate, they'll hit it in the body, or they'll hit the rider off the back. So the faceplate only defends from turrets that are so high. So when you're building your defenses, you have to have turrets, if you can, that are up above that level, so that they'll shoot the trike not in the faceplate, so that it'll die faster. I think I might have just been talking to myself. Did y'all hear the explanation about the trike faceplate and the high up turrets? Okay, good. Yeah, but there's tons of stuff like that. Um, Mother pus bucket. Stegos are the same way with their spikes on their back, the big plates on their back. Give them a lot of defense, but they have headshot damage. So whenever you use a stego to soak, you always want to back in so that it hits the spikes on its tail and its back instead of hitting it in its face. You can also use mate boost. So if you have 2 creatures of the same species that are different genders near each other, they get a boost to defense, as well as, I think, damage. So if you bring, another stego with you, if you're, riding a male stego and you bring a female stego with you, you can throw the female stego out kind of away from the turrets a little bit. They have to be pretty close, but not like right on top of each other. So you can have one out of turret range, and then you bring the male into turret range, and it'll take reduced damage. The other thing is imprinting. If you raise a creature from a baby and you feed it its little foods or whatever, or you cuddle with it or whatever it wants for its imprints when you're raising it, then it will be imprinted on you, and it takes less damage and does more damage when you specifically are riding it. So that's a way you can mitigate damage. And when you add all those things up, right? Really good saddles plus breeding, plus May boost, plus imprint, plus UD buff, plus I don't know if the UD buff actually reduces the damage you take. The beauty buff might just be there to keep you from getting feared. But you always want to have your UD, you always want to have your UD buff so you can't get feared. But you add all that stuff up, and then you have just huge mitigation. And then you can easily get stegos up to, 30 or 40k HP after you've bred them up a little bit. And so you end up with just these huge HP monsters that are just soaking tons and tons of bullets. And it's a lot of fun. And then you just sit there on top of them, right in the middle of all these turret shots, and you're getting shot. And I mean, your character's not getting shot, but the stego is. I mean, you can sit there for minutes taking shots from a bunch of turrets at a time. It's super fun. And then you step out and you get a Daedon or a Snow Owl and you heal it up. And then you walk back in and you soak some more bullets. And usually, I mean, for a really good base that's got like capped turrets, it could take a couple of hours to soak up all their bullets. And then if they're online and they have good capped out turrets, then you might find yourself in a position where it could take days to raid a base. Especially on 1x official, because there are so many people in tribes, because the fights can end up being just massive, massive fights with, 35 people on each side. You can have like weeks long raids, especially because you'll have multiple bases. Because on official, on 1x, tribes take over entire servers and they build bases in every base location. They've got teleporters all over the map to facilitate easy farming and stuff like that. And they basically just consume all of the resources on the map all day, every day. And so they just have huge, huge amounts of bases and stuff. And so if you want to raid somebody on 1x official, it's not about raiding their base because they don't just have one. It's about raiding their server. And so you'll find a time when there aren't a ton of people from their tribe on the server and there's plenty of open slots. And then a ton of you will transfer into the server and cap the server out so that none of the rest of their tribe members can get on. And then, you'll download a bunch of dinos and a bunch of structures, and you'll find a spot and you'll build a fob on their server, and you'll build up a ton of turrets. And so they'll be trying to raid your fob to destroy your stronghold inside of their server while you're running around like raiding all their teleports and stuff to limit their movement so that they can't be teleporting around and attacking from different locations. And then you'll try and go in and like lock them into their caves by building turret towers and stuff outside of their cave bases so that they can't come out. Because if you destroy all of their teleports and then build turret towers outside of their caves, then they can't go in and out of their caves anymore, so they can't bring any creatures out. So they just kind of get locked in there. And then you can take your time going through and raiding everything else, raiding out all their caves and all that stuff. And it just becomes this huge ordeal. And so you've got to rotate people, right? Everybody's working in shifts to try and keep the server capped out so that they can't bring more people in. And they've got people sitting there, trying to get logged in. And it's just like a whole ordeal. And there have been some pretty good videos of, really long raids that have happened on 1x official, like the old Eve videos, where people are having massive wars between huge guilds and, just millions and millions of ISK or whatever the in-game currency of Eve is just getting exploded all the time. But it's very much kind of the same thing. I've never really played 1x official. I've never really been a part of that. I've always played solo on small tribe servers because I just like to play by myself. but there is some crazy stuff that goes on the 1x servers. There are players on the 1x servers who have never actually like played the game. You know, there are some people who like know how to breed really well in this game, and they learned how to breed super early on. And so they play on the 1x servers, and they're in a tribe, and all they do is breed all day. And they're just mashing lines together. And they don't ever go outside the base. They don't go play the game, they don't go do anything. They're just breeders. And they just sit there and breed all day. They don't go raid, they don't go do any of that. They just breed. 1x official is kind of a weird place. I very much prefer small tribes because, well, I mean, for some people it is, but for some people it's really fun. Um, because the breeding system in this game is fairly in depth. And so getting, the best dinos as quickly as possible so that you have a creature that has, 2 more stat points in melee than the enemy. I mean, that's the difference between winning and losing. In a fight with like gigas, it's all about who has the highest melee and who can rage the other person first. And so they just sit down there breeding over and over and over again, waiting for mutations, trying to, get that giga that's got 2 more melee. And they mass breed that and let all the players who do raids and stuff imprint so that they can have imprinted gigas with just that little bit extra melee. And then, of course, there's a lot of RMT and stuff that goes on with that as well. Where those people are sitting down there breeding those creatures and then selling them for real money. But mostly it's about winning the raids, winning the fights. Hey, it's a Reaper. Yo, is that a turquoise Yeti or a blue Yeti? No, it's a Rex. And it's a super low level, because of course it is. What about this gas bags? Super low level, because of course it is. This game sucks. I am so angry right now. Where are all the father-mucking RGs? I'm a pretty calm, cool, collected person. If this is that same 145, it's not. Okay. But I am gonna lose all of my chill right now. There was an orange and green. I gotta see. Oh, no, that's not the one. Maybe it is. Maybe it was its chest or something that was orange. I don't know. Whatever. This is boring. Like, I like taming creatures. Oh no, this is the orange and green. Oh, it's a 115 too. That's not terrible. Don't have alphas. You mean like alpha Rexes and stuff like that? Yeah. They don't exist on Extinction though, I don't think. But yes, there are alpha creatures in Survival Ascended. I have yet to see one on Extinction though. I don't know why that is. I could have sworn I've seen alphas on Extinction in Survival Evolved. So it's a little confusing to me that I haven't seen one on Ascended on Extinction. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they were never on Evolved on Extinction either. I really don't know. Hey, there's a 110 gas bags. I do kind of need to tame a gas bags. But I'm out here for RGs. Stop getting sidetracked. Freaking RG. What the hell's going on back here? Stego's about to wake up. No, gas bags do exist on Evolved as well. I think they might only be on the Extinction map, though. I don't think they spawn on any other map in the game. Maybe Fjordor? But they might be Extinction exclusive. But they do exist in Evolved. They're really good soakers. Fjordor is one of my favorite maps. I think that's a good map to start on because they have pretty much everything on that map. There are only a few creatures that you can't get on Fjordor. So that was probably a good call. And it's pretty easy to get resources and stuff on Fjordor. So I would definitely try to stick to one map at a time. Maybe don't confine yourself to a single server, but maybe confine yourself to a single map. So if you're going to play Fjordor, only really teleport around to the other Fjordor maps. And the reason for that is just because there's so much lag. There's so much to learn about each map that if you try and learn everything about all of the maps all at the same time, you're going to have a bad time. And Fjordor is a good one to use as the only map you're playing because it's got pretty much everything. And then once you feel really comfortable with Fjordor, pick a different map. I recommend Crystal Isles. I think Crystal Isles is a really fun map. And Crystal Wyverns are really important. They're really easy to tame, and they're really, really strong, really fast flyers. So you want to get some Crystal Wyverns. And then after that, maybe the Genesis maps if you own all of the paid DLCs. The Genesis maps are really good. Um, well, that's not true. I hate the Genesis maps, but because you can do missions on them and stuff and get lots of good loot, the Genesis maps are pretty imperative to gain some knowledge on, because otherwise you have to find blueprints to get good items, good drops, good weapons, good armor. But on the Genesis maps, you can just go do some missions and you won't get capped equipment, but you can get some really good like guns and stuff like that pretty easy. And that just makes it much, much easier. Eventually, you kind of have to go get blueprints, but early on, you can just use that gear that you get out of those drops or out of those missions. But I personally don't own the Genesis maps on Survival Evolved, and I still had quite a bit of fun. The free maps on that game are really good. So, even if you just own, I am still RG looking. I still haven't seen one above level 100 yet. And I've only seen two above level 60. It's been like 2.5 hours. I'm about to stop and get something to eat. I am losing my mind over here. I am so angry. This is ridiculous. It's not just that they're all spawning at low levels, it's that they seem to be taking forever to respawn. So, like, killing them just isn't really helping the situation like it should. That's a super pink spike hanky. Yo, I love that. Those pink spikes, oh my goodness. That's adorable. So you're just not getting nearly as many bites at the apple as I feel like you should. Yeah, I mean, I get that. But goodness gracious, 2.5 hours? Really? Is it entirely necessary to absorb my entire day to try and find a decent freaking RG? Alright, what'd you get here, bud? What traits do you got? Warm? This creature is uncommonly warm, protecting its rider from cold. Well, that's kind of cool. Only 4,000 HP, though. Wow. That sucks. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're kind of in the same spot I am with the Jerboa's digestion. Is that a snow biome thing? Is they have lower health stats usually? Okay, we're gonna check over here in this crack real quick. I kicked this one off. It's sliding before I tamed it. We'll see if it gets its sled back. Oh, that's interesting. Like stick it in a cryopod and then throw it out and see if it gets the sled back. Ooh, 140 Pteranodon. I mean, you know we got to, right? Everybody's using the Desmodus because it's one of the easiest creatures to use to pick other people off of whatever creature they're riding. Its pick is just really good. You got any Any babies over here? Nope. I need a baby. Got some stego babies here. I don't really want to contend with that stego mother, though. You got any little babies? Doesn't look like it. No babies. I kind of want to mess with this person's stuff. Oh, there's an RG. A level 5. Oh. No, unfortunately, you cannot find babies in Evolved. That is strictly a Ascended thing. The only wild babies that exist in Evolved are uh, Karakina, or not Karakinos, the penguins. But you can't tame them, I don't think. Like you can in Ascended. That is a super pink parasaur right there. My goodness. No. No sled if blown off even better? Wait, what now? It doesn't get its sled back? I guess you break the sled, then tame it. It doesn't, but if you tame it with sled, it does. Okay. That's interesting. So you definitely want to tame it with the sled. That's kind of crazy. Honestly, the Jerboa elf thing is kind of cool. I'm pretty into it. Yeah, I just don't imagine it's as useful. Because the one on the ground doesn't shoot the spears either. It melee attacks. That'll be interesting, having one with a sled and having one without. Trying to breed them. I wonder what'll happen. Yeah, have a good day, Emmis. I hope you enjoy your arcing. You have a long road ahead of you, and it's going to be a bumpy one. But have a good time, and I hope you come back. Hang out with us some more. Alright, killed our stego baby. Get a little prime. Go tame this PT. Even though I don't need a PT, we're gonna tame it anyway. It's so weird to me that this person's base is here. shoot. It's almost done taming already. Well, I was just gonna go make my food and stuff, but I feel like I need to wait. Since this is gonna happen so fast. It's true, it's not pink. But it's cool orange colors. Look at all that orange. And it's a 140, and I need some good stats. Need some good stats. Oops. Hitting all the wrong buttons over here. You better not be a corrupted BT. Pink is my favorite color. One more eat. What's going on the tortilla today? Probably peanut butter and jelly. I think it's peanut butter and jelly taco day. Like a whole lot of peanut butter. I really like peanut butter. I can only imagine a fried fish sandwich with tartar sauce and a tortilla. Oh, fish tacos are like a staple in California. Absolutely, fish tacos are delicious. For sure, for sure. I wouldn't put tartar sauce on it, but that's just because I don't like tartar sauce. Oh, yeah. So I don't use Nutella. I just use peanut butter. But yeah, a little bit of peanut butter and a little bit of honey and a couple slices of banana on a tortilla is delicious. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love peanut butter and banana just in general. I eat a lot of bananas with peanut butter. All of the, ooh, that melee is good. 380? What's up? That is a hell of a melee. Nutella's gross. That's what's wrong with it. I think everybody thinks Nutella is gross, and we're all just collectively lying so that we all fit in with the We Love Nutella crowd, even though everybody hates Nutella. That's how I feel about Nutella. A jar of peanut butter and a nana. Just eat. Oh, yeah, absolutely. What the fudge is Fluffernutter? Can't we just eat peanut butter? Why are you like this? Oh, that marshmallow whip stuff is delicious. Hell yeah. Get after that. Absolutely. That's it, Mustang. You're out of the herd. You're out of the herd. Hate marshmallow. Yeah, they're building that higher and higher and higher. They're gonna run into a wall where they can't get any higher because of me, and then they're gonna come up here and kill me. Hey, look, it's Mustang. I love marshmallow. All right. Um, so we're probably going to do our reset since we're at about 5.5 hours anyway. So I'm gonna go make some food real quick and be right back. Alright, we're back. Still gotta eat, but I am at least here. We are gonna go ahead and put you all on a black screen for a second here while I exit the game. Get some PB&J out here. I'm putting them on these tortillas. Oh my gracious. So good. I never liked peanut butter and jelly sandwiches growing up, and I always thought it was because I didn't like peanut butter and jelly. But I was wrong, because I hate freaking bread. I didn't know that. So I started putting them on these tortillas. Aw, that's dumb. Still might be worth it to get a whole bunch of them and make turrets out of them, like dimorphodon turrets out of them. Because that's still probably one of the funniest things I've ever heard of in my entire life. Peanut butter and jelly tacos. For some reason, my game is not shutting down properly, so it's having trouble restarting. I'm not happy about that. There we go. Bitch, bitch, bitch method. All you gotta do is complain and then everything works out. For those of you who don't know the bitch, bitch, bitch method, something me and my brothers and a good friend of ours came up with playing Path of Exile. When we couldn't get the drops that we wanted, we would start complaining. Walked away and your Jerboa despawned? Say what now? The one that didn't have the sled? Or both? Okay. So they need their sleds. Or they despawn. Hmm. Yeah, that's too bad. That's hella funny. Jerboa elf under a tree. Would have been better if you put him up on a shelf, though. Little elf on a shelf action. All right. Game's turned back on. Take y'all off a black screen here while I finish up my last taco. Mmm. Taco, taco man. I want to be taco man. Taco, taco man. Okay. Let's get back into the RG hunt. The great RG hunt. You know what I just realized? I don't know if any of you have chronic illnesses, but I have psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. And some days, it usually takes me a really long time to notice when these days occur, but some days my arthritis just doesn't hurt. And so I can't feel like all my joints and stuff normally have at least some small degree of pain. Why is this suddenly so much louder? Anyway, usually my joints have some degree of pain, so I can just like feel all of my joints in my body all the time. Which is a really weird sensation until you get used to it. But now the weird sensation occurs when that doesn't happen, when I have a really good pain day. And none of my joints hurt. And I just noticed I'm having a day like that right now, and that's probably why I've been in such a good mood, despite the fact that I've been just getting absolutely shitted on by ARK right now. Is because I just can't feel my joints because they don't hurt. Okay, game. What are you doing to me right now? Can we play? Just talked about how I'm in a super good mood. So maybe it disappeared for a minute to go get a sled? Maybe. Maybe that's what happened. It had to go to the elf workshop and make a new sled. I gotta put you all on a black screen again because I gotta close this and try again. Oh, the other one is here. Okay. Got it. Got it. So as long as it has a sled, it doesn't despawn. That's good information to know. All right, come on, game. Cause I want you, I need you, got to have your child. Great God in heaven, you know I love you. And now my game doesn't want to launch again. Oh, Ark. You silly son of a bitch. Why you gotta be messing with me? Please let me play. Please let me play. I just want to stream. More stream. Hello, Ark, can you hear me? Oh, game's turning on again. Yes. Work. Yes. Let me play. I still got at least a good 2 hours in me. Probably 2 more hours of flying in the same circle, trying to find a gosh darn RG. Because this game hates me. I'm apparently not allowed to have good RGs. Ring Christmas bells, merrily ring, tell all the world Jesus is King, loudly proclaim with one accord the happy tale, welcome the Lord. Gaily they ring while people sing songs of good cheer, Christmas is here. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. We should have done some caroling on Christmas. Maybe that'll be something we do next year. Come on, load in. There we go. Let's get my settings going. We won't like go out to go caroling, but maybe we can like go caroling in the video game. We'll go like to people's bases and like sing carols at their bases. That sounds fun. Oops, not low. Epic. Global illumination is low. Ding dong ding dong. What in the holy fudge? Oh, I'm thirsty. Something is wrong with my settings, I think. Oh no, it's probably just the console commands. Get rid of the fog. Get rid of the cloud. Get rid of the shadows. There we go. Get rid of the grass. Alright, that's a male. Sorry, I had to punch you to try and get you out of the way. I didn't mean anything by it. Let's repair these. Need metal ignats. Metal ignats. Repair, repair. Need wood. Oh. Please tell me that I have any wood. Oh, there we go. Not very much, though. We're going to have to get some wood. Oh. That in there. And then let's actually go ahead and repair this, too. Because you never know. Those away. And then I want to see about some PTs. So this, I think, is the female, yes, that I just got. That has good health, good stam. This is the male I just got that has an insane melee. So I want to put these two together real quick and make a baby. Make a baby. That I can have really all of my best stats on a single creature. We're just going to let this one cryo sick. This is the one that is mine. So I want to go ahead and throw some levels on it. 30 levels. We're going to get this stam way the hell up. We want to at least get to 1,000. Because of where we live, or right now, whoops. Well, I just jumped off a cliff. Yay, we made it. I have some grapples around here somewhere. I feel like I do have some grapples around here somewhere. There we go. We need to put the grapple one on the hotbar, because that's how you do things smart. And then we're going to take this bad boy right here. A little more stam. Yeah, 1100 stam on a Pteranodon. It's fucking elite. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go see if we can't find us a good RG. Those are 5 high now. They're just getting closer and closer and closer to my base. If they get very much higher, I'm gonna have a problem. Because they're gonna hit a point where my foundations are in the way. And they're gonna wipe me just because I'm inconvenient. So I need this new base. Like, right meow. Right freaking meow. Right meow. Oop, I should just go to the green knob first. It has been quite a while. Probably about 30 minutes, 20 minutes. So hopefully the spawns are back up. Seems like a reasonable amount of time. Or respawns. Doesn't it? It does to me. Oh, you know what? I didn't bring any cooked meat with me. I don't even know if I have any cooked meat. Resources are just dwindling. Keep using up all my resources to do stuff and then not actually being able to accomplish what I'm trying to do. Killing me. Where's my Argies? Por favor. Argie. Yes. Ooh, that was a good cough. Cleared out some ick in my throat. Now, only I can clear out this ick in the game. That's stopping me from getting Argies. I am gonna lose it. Is ARK impervious to the bitch method? Can I complain and not get what I want? That would be terrible. The bitch method has always worked in every game. It has never failed me. But I've been complaining for like an hour about not getting a good RG. And that's just freaking ridiculous. We've gotten to the point now where I'm complaining about the complaining method not working. I must have just hit daytime, and the Dreadmare's vanished. Ninja banish. There's an RG. Level 15? What in the holy shitballs? There's a level 80, but I want one that's over level 100. I am not okay with a level 80. It is unacceptable to me. Don't you go after that. You do not get to eat corpses and get health back. You're a stupid level 80 RG. All you get to do is die. It's time to die. Die. Please, can I have an RG, please? Not just any RG, please. Oh no, there's no PT at the base, at the beds. Uh-oh. You should be able to whistle the wait RG. I think it's in a spot where you can whistle it. Just kind of aim at the back right corner. You should probably be able to get it. I've done that a couple of times. If you can't get back in, let me know, and I'll come back and get you. Level 20 RG. How wonderful. Did the whistle work? And the whistle while you work. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. You have died again. Killed by a mammoth? What's happening now? How much do I need to eat out here? This is stupid. Please let there be an RG. Level of Thylas, level 25, level 75. Not worth stopping to tame. You doing alright over there, Mustang, or do you want me to come get you? Okay, I'll come get you. On my way. I need to cook up some meat anyway. Look, stairs. Where do you think they go? They go up. I love the Ghostbusters movies, the original two. So good. You know your love keeps lifting, keep on lifting. Higher, higher and higher. Boing. Yeah, definitely the worst thing about ARK Ascended is that all of the base locations you can't spawn in. And it's incredibly stupid. And I hate it. I hate it so very, very much. But, thankfully, we can just spawn outside and play it. I forgot to cook meat while I was there. I was in such a hurry to try and find an RG. I done goofed. Oh well. Can't believe this Stego's still out here. Right, chillin'. Shitty trike. I've been talking to myself again. We got all the prime meat we need to get this PT, which is nice. Don't really know if it's going to be a good PT or if we need it. You know, I'd like to maybe get like a base 2k health before imprint. I'd certainly like better weight. A really good weight would be really great. Maybe something like 250. I don't know. I don't really know what the stats are for PTs. I kind of know the health and I kind of know the stam. I don't really know other stats. So we're just going to leave this thing here and hope it tames. It is awful health. pretty bad weight, pretty bad melee. Kind of a meh stam. So, yep. This Pteranodon's probably not going to be useless, or useful. Probably going to be useless. But we'll get it tamed anyway. It's just a couple of prime meat. We don't even really have to wait for it. Because it doesn't really matter if it tames or not. Like this yellow and green. Too bad it sucks. Yeah, now we just need to go see if we can't find us some Argies. Pretty much what this whole day has been about. Finding an Argie. Instead of getting any Argies, we've gotten... Well, we tried to get that Rex. We got a male Stego. We've gotten a couple of PTs, which has been nice. But I really just still need that Argie. There's just nothing for it. Most of the reason that the Argie is so important to me is I need to be able to make a combat Argie. Although honestly, at this point, there's so few people out here, and I've got that decent Rex. I might just take that Rex over where those things spawn and go Rex everything in the face. Probably even take out that Giga. Maybe. If I leveled it up real good. Tons of health, tons of melee. I mean, it's got tons of melee. Get it up to 20k health and then just melee the shiznit out of it. The melee on that Rex is going to be outstanding. I really, really need to get a male breeder for it. And I really, really need to get those creatures moved over to the other base. I just think it's more secure. Even with less turrets. Definitely before I get off tonight. I'll just load up the cryos. Take them over to that other base. I don't think we have any choice. Is that a reindeer over there? It is a reindeer. Look at him with the mistletoe in his antlers. It's adorable. Perlovia? It's level 20. Boo boo. Boo doo doo. Man, none of the Argies seem to be spawning back. I feel like their respawn timer is so slow. Freaking awful. Too bad that purple and teal gas bags would have been nice to have if it was a higher level. Well, I think there's a lot of RG spawns out this way. I think I saw one over here earlier, but I don't really want to wander around over here for just one potential spawn. Disgusting. The real problem, I think, the reason I think RGs need to be able or need to be easier to get in higher levels is because there's nothing else to do until you get the RG. Like you could do other things. Obviously, there's lots to do in this game, but until you have a good RG, you sort of just have to be looking for a good RG because it's such an integral part of all aspects of the game. You can't do anything until you have a good RG to carry your creatures around. And I think that's kind of what's causing me problems. Is, it's been 11 days. And I don't have a decent RG. And that's insane. I haven't even gotten any good RGs killed. I mean, I've gotten plenty of RGs killed, but none of them have been over level 115. Which, I mean, 115 is a decent RG, but you're losing. I mean, 130 is kind of the minimum I usually go for. That's 15 levels plus another 7 for your tame levels. So you're losing 22 potential levels off of your stats. That's just not a good tame. There's no way that a 115 is going to come out with the quality of stat that you want. Which is why we always, pretty much everybody, goes for 130s and above. Because while you still have potential, if you have a 150, right, you're getting an extra 30 levels out of that 150 over a 130. You still tend to get some pretty good stats from 130 and up. And I mean, a level 50 could potentially have all 50 of its points in one stat, but that's not likely. You really just want the higher level creatures. And I just, as of yet, don't have any really good stats for my RGs. You know? Me 1,000 stam or 700 weight or 360 melee or 3k HP, 2.5k HP. I don't know what the HP stat should be. Whatever the hell. Give me one RG with one of those stats. I'll be happy. I feel like I'm running out of stam faster I am. Overweight. That is a problem. It's a Reaper King. Oop, there's an RG. Level 50. This is honestly starting to concern me. Are there just no good RGs? Not possible to get something above 130? I mean, I've killed like 20 or 30 RGs by now, which in 3 hours is not a lot, but still. I've been getting after it over here. There's an RG. Level 15. Cannot even begin to process what's going on right now. I really like the way this one looks. Red and orange. Where the hell are you going, dude? You're dying. Those are the rules. I will seriously tame any RG that I see over level 100. That's all I'm asking for. I don't think that's unreasonable. RG spawns out here. Maybe. Doesn't look like it. Nice. Didn't I have RG? Am I missing, like, the ultimate spawn location for RGs or something? Is there somewhere I should be going I haven't been going, where it's just RGs coming out the asshole? That's where all the good RGs are. And I'm just a dum-dum. I could handle that. That was a thing. Somebody just let me know where the RGs are at. I'll go there. I'll get RGs. Honestly, I've never even been back here before. Never really had a reason. We get some seriously high-level corrupted Rexes, though. I have a feeling I'm gonna run into a wyvern back here. And it's gonna end my whole career. There's a Reaper King. Yo, this goes way back here. Surely there's a good base spot back here somewhere. There's an RG. I believe. No, it's only a level 55. I hate my entire life. Come here, you dumb son of a beagle. I tell you what, there's water back here, but nobody comes back here. There has to be a base spot back here. Somebody built a base back here. And it appears to not be destroyed. They haven't been here in days. The base is here. And honestly, I could see this being a decent base location, even though this hole up in here is just enormous. Having to fly up into it is kind of obnoxious. And it's just so far out of the way. I really think you could probably get a good base going on over here. What is going on with that light, too? Hmm. I like the entire idea of a rat hole back here. This is so very far out of the way. I'm going to come back here on single player some point. Well, there's an RG trap. If there's an RG trap, surely that means there's RGs, right? Couple of RG traps. This must be the RG spot. It is pouring ass rain outside my house right now. Well, I saw a couple RG traps. That sure as hell doesn't seem to mean RGs. Heyo. This is a kind of dope rat hole in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, we're coming back here on single player at some point. Checking all this shit out. There is too much potential back here. Bet you there's a fatty rat hole back here somewhere. Dehydrated. Oh, there's plenty of water at least. Still no freaking Argies here though. Despite the fact that this is totally where the Argies would be. I don't get it. Oh, found one Argy back there. That's fine. No. I'm still looking for Argies. I just have never really been out back this way before. And there's a lot of really interesting rock formation back here. And I'm about 100% sure that somewhere in all of this shale looking stuff, there's probably an enormous rat hole that just nobody knows about. So at some point for single player, or in single player, I'm going to come back here and really explore. But you know me, I like exploring. So while I'm here, giving it a little once over, or maybe a twice over. just to see what I can see. I still really like that other base location. That pipe. I mean, I really do think that it's basically impenetrable. Or as close as you can get. As long as you don't use that little front portion. But I also figured that there would be RGs over here. There's only been one. It's pissing me off. Because I want my friggin' RG. All this area with all this cliff and stuff back here, like this should be where the RGs are. Seems like a really good spawn for them. But I just can't find them. They just ain't over here. This is easily the most annoyed I've ever been at this game. And I've had some bad days. Full of stupid deaths and maddening bullshit. Today takes the cake. This is atrocious. Find a level 100 plus RG. Seems like such an easy task to give yourself. I don't think it gets any easier than that. No, I don't. I've been in the snow a lot looking for uh, manic, manic armors, and I have yet to see an RG in the snow on Ascended. I've only ever seen owls in there. I don't think they spawn in the snow. And I mean, I've seen plenty of RGs. Just not a single one over level 100. I mean, it's insane how many RGs I've killed. To not have seen at least one level 100. There's no reason for it. Oh, there's an RG. But it's in here fighting something. Or did it just get killed? – Pretty sure it just died. Super dope. I bet that was a 150. That's how my day's been. This is becoming like, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the Family Guy trope where they do something and it's funny, and then they do it for so long it just becomes annoying and stupid, and then they just keep going until it's funny again. But that's how this is going. We're about to get right back around to funny. I don't want to go too far back in this way because, you know, there be wyverns. There be dragons. Last thing I want is to get munched by a wyvern. Oh my goodness. There's an RG. And it's a level 10. Are you fucking kidding me? Game's not even trying anymore, dude. This is stupid. There's some dev sitting behind a computer right now, intentionally spawning in garbage RGs just to piss me off. There's a level 90 snow owl that's kind of a cool color. I don't want a level 90. And I don't want a snow owl. Poor fool, he makes me laugh. Ah. Oh, you know what? I flew past my pteranodon again earlier. Should have picked that up. Not that I really care. Let's go to the tracker and see it. Can I not get any better stats on it than this? It only has 1100 hit points. Yeah, that thing better be stacked in something. 1100 hit points. You must be joking. Alright, we're gonna go all the way back here. See if we can't find some RGs in the backpack. Because holy shit on a stick. Had trouble telling if that was an RG or a pteranodon. Unfortunately, it was a pteranodon. Archie, can you hear me? Well, that was painful. Happy out here in the middle of nowhere. And that's interesting, I guess. That's a wyvern. We're not gonna go mess with that. Let's head back this way. See what we can see. Okay, well, I think everybody else is about as bored with this as I am. But I kind of need to keep doing it. But there's not much point in continuing to stream. I don't think. Um, yeah, so I think we're just going to call it for the day. And I am going to continue trying to get an RG. Hopefully by this time tomorrow, or by tomorrow at start of stream, we'll have a good RG. So thanks everybody for coming out. It was nice to meet a couple of new folks. Chat was really active today. Everything was a lot of fun. You all really do make the difference for streaming being enjoyable. So I really appreciate y'all coming out, always being in the chat, always having a good time. But I'm starting to lose my focus, and I think so is everybody else. So yeah, thanks a lot, everybody. I hope everybody